Begin, even if not everyone has arrived. It's difficult to get in logistical terms on the 42nd floor, but I think sooner or later Marshal Czerzasty will get here as well. We've been waiting for him, and I hope that everyone will be here with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister, ministers, dear members of the Parliament, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you on this beautiful Saturday morning. Welcome at the conference organized by three institutions. The first one is Foundation for European Progressive Studies, FEPS, foundation from Brussels. It's a foundation that was created in 2008, one of the political foundations of the European Parliament. And so since 2008, this foundation has been conducting scientific activities, supporting social democratic thinking, and raising important topics for social democrats and for progressive communities. Now, two other co-organizers is Amicus Europa, the foundation of Aleksander Kwaśniewski, which I have a pleasure to represent, and the Warsaw office of the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung. This is the third co-organizer of this conference. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to let you see this modern face of Warsaw. For some of you, it's probably the first time that you've been so high in the sky. So we don't usually visit such business districts of Warsaw, and I'm very happy that our guests from abroad can see how dynamic and how modern a city Warsaw actually is. So I'm very happy to see so many of you here as well. As we know that yesterday was the first day of spring, and so you skip school traditionally. It was not so good to organize a conference on this day. Today is the first real day of spring, so we are very happy to see you here. Now, the title of the conference is Peace, Prosperity and Progress, Europe. And it's not an accident that it's a call to action for two reasons. Firstly, because there is this flagship project of Foundation for European Progressive Studies, and it's called Call to Europe. And so they organize conferences like ours in these countries that hold the presidency in the European Council. And as we know, it's the Polish presidency right now in this first half of the year. And this slogan is this title is a call to action, and the motto of the Polish presidency is Security Europe. Security has many faces, but it should not be the ultimate goal. This is at least the view of the progressive community. So, because security can mean many things. The fact that Poland is in NATO and in the European Union makes us feel relatively safe. But when you cross the eastern border, be it by 1 or 2 meters, it turns out that Ukraine does not enjoy the same level of security. So this is the first thing. Secondly, security should be based on cooperation and solidarity. Without it, there is a risk of security becoming nationalized. We can enter into an arms race, which can lead to us spending too much of our GDP on rivalry, on armaments, and this is something that we want to avoid. So the ultimate objective of this progressive policy should be peace, dignified and lasting peace on the European continent, coupled with a chance for sustainable development and welfare for everyone, irrespective of the geographical location. So building the prosperity and peace will be the title of the first part of our conference. But it's not only about military security, because our modern societies are very complex, and you cannot limit security to one dimension only. And the Polish presidency has been stressing that, these various phases of the security. And we, as organizations working with FEPS, would like to underline two other dimensions of security. Firstly, the social dimension, and secondly, the ones related to the rules, principles, and values. Why social issues? So we've selected housing, dignified housing, and we've been underlining that having an apartment should be a right, not a commodity, not a way to enrich yourself. Now, the EU is well off, but it's a paradox that despite this fact that we are a rich continent, and despite the fact that we have fewer and fewer young people, still people cannot afford their own apartment. This will be the topic of the second part of the conference, that is dignified housing. And finally, we'll talk about reviving making democracies resilient, because there is this hot war going on our behind our eastern border, but there is at the same time this conflict about and this discussion about how to maintain democracy. Some say that it's a liberal democracy that we've been talking about, but I believe it's a deliberative democracy. I know it's a difficult term, but still the concept is quite simple. It's about a democracy based on dialogue, not polarization or conflict. It should be based on a hope and dialogue, not on fear, and on the truth, not on lies. And we know it from our own experience that if you deprive democracy of these features, it can easily fall prey to populists and demagogues who will promote easy solutions for complex problems. This is why we've been so worried at what's been happening in Washington in the US. This is something that we'll raise in today's discussions. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the draft agenda for our conference. And before we start these three sessions, I would like to invite a few special guests to take the floor during this opening. The first one was supposed to be Marshal Czerzasty. We've been waiting for him. I hope that he will get here. He will find us on this 42nd floor. And in the meantime, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Uwe Optenhövel, who is a vice president of Foundation for European Progressive Studies, the main organizer of the conference. Maria João Rodrigues was supposed to be here with us at the conference, but she had to Portugal for family reasons. So we are even more happy to have Uwe Optenhövel with us today. So thank you and have a nice conference.
Good morning. Let me welcome you in the name of FEPS, the think tank of the Progressive Family in Brussels. Dear members of Parliament, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We are living in a fast-moving age. And the German Chancellor has created the term of Zeitenwende when Russia attacked Ukraine. But I think in the meantime, we are assisting a second Zeitenwende. The term continues to be useful because what we see lately is that the United States, our most dear, most powerful and historical partner, is leaving our common ground. The US is starting to work against a multipolar order it created in a prominent role itself. In my opinion, this is a step back to the principle of the strength of the law being replaced by the law of the strongest. This is a civilizational step back. Somehow we're back to square one, back to the times of the First World War, when imperial powers tried to test their powers. This is something which changes profoundly the life for Europeans and for European institutions be it the EU or other European institutions. But the threat we're facing at the moment doesn't only come from the war on the continent. It's a multi-dimensional challenge we are facing. The war is certainly the most pressing element in this, but climate change doesn't go away. The digital developments challenge our educational systems and dominate our whole lifestyle. Migration is one of the real big issues we have to face. So security, defense, and peace are an important but not the only challenge we are facing. So multidimensional challenges need multidimensional answers, which means that we should derive, and Ireneus already alerted to that, to a comprehensive notion of security, which encompasses military, but also energy and climate, commercial, technological, digital, and to a large extent also our media and our media world, the media we're living in. The public of today is not the same we used to know in earlier times. Now, coming to defense, I think that the European Union is paying a price for its own ignorance. Not only the European Union, but also its member states and the non-member states of the European Union, the non-European member states. We really pay a price for this ignorance because we come from years of delay and procrastination, and we are reminded at the moment, I think, of Jean Monnet's lesson, which says Europe will be forged in crises and will be the sum of the solutions adopted for those crises. We are certainly in one of these moments again. Now, while the geostrategic pressure is undeniable, a unified EU response has yet to be achieved. Well-known political fault lines, national interest, and different strategic cultures question EU unity on defense matters. And for many states, it's difficult to imagine defense planning and capability development without the US. So the European Commission has reacted swiftly by pushing an 800 million Rearm Europe program, which boosts national financing of armaments with EU tools by making them at the same time more flexible. But with this, the Union enters a different dimension of spending, and decisions taken now will have long-term consequences. Therefore, I think decisions should be well assessed and not driven by momentous shocks and hysteria. The Union should also take care not to jump the gun under pressure, which means that from a progressive stand of view, from a progressive Europeanist point of view, the path to be chosen cannot be simply militarization. The challenge is far more complex. It is about reconciling Europe's self-perception and global image as a peace project and a successful soft power with a profile as a credible defense and security provider able to deter potential aggressors. So, a very complex challenge. In all this, of course, the European Union will play a prominent role, maybe the prominent role, but not everything which is necessary can be done with the European Union or inside the European Union. So my prediction would be that, especially on the defense question, we will see upcoming, and we already see it with meetings in Paris and in London, coalitions of the willing who are all open to quick progress, taking everything the EU has to offer, but going far beyond that to counter the threats we perceive as being around. So I would say that we're living actually in a moment of overwhelming challenge, but challenges always contain a chance. And this, I think, is a chance for Europe to emancipate itself from various dependencies, including from the US. So I think all this has to be done in a clear notion of what our own interests are. We should stay loyal to the legacy of our European project, which is a soft power project and is a peace project. So when we discuss military affairs, we always have to keep in mind that we need a new security and peace order in Europe in the medium and long term. And this Europe should do as a global player in closer cooperation to the global south, where there are countries certainly interested and open in a multipolar world to cooperate with us, and maybe not necessarily with the Chinese, Trump's America, or the current Russian state. So I think it is about this: keep loyal to our legacy, go for an equal footing relationship with countries in the global south. If we take it from there, I think Europe has a fair chance to come out of this crisis more unified, bigger, and stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Uwe. Proszę Państwa, mam dwie...
Ladies and gentlemen, I have two pieces of news. The bad one is that Marshal Czarzasty, for political reasons, has to attend a different meeting. But the good news is that Krzysztof Gawkowski, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Digitization, was kind enough to take the floor at the very beginning. So, Prime Minister, would you be so kind as to welcome our guests and please share a few thoughts about the Polish presidency? Over to you. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to congratulate the FEPS Foundation, Friedrich Ebert Foundation, but I would like to congratulate on all other organizations, Aleksander Kwaśniewski Foundation as well. So congratulate for you for organizing such events. Now, the title of the conference, Peace, Prosperity and Progress, Europe. Well, in my opinion, we should add one more component, probably the most important word in today's times, given this geopolitical changes and the changes in the transatlantic relationships. What the word that I miss here is Europe. Have courage, because for years we've been talking about Europe as a good place to live, and for years we've got accustomed to living without any crisis. But Europe is not devoid of crisis anymore, and this should be the main message for us as societies creating Europe. The Polish presidency in the first half of the year focuses on this very word, courage. Courage. What we need in Europe is courage to make decisions. Europe needs courage to notice problems. And finally, Europe needs courage to call a spade a spade. It's not to say that we want to blame the countries that have not had courage so far. Well, it's an incitement for those political leaders who've been turning a blind eye to these issues for years. So the European Union has been built to create this space for economic development. These were the assumptions at the very beginning in the 1950s. It was supposed to create a space for economic development and the creation of new ideas, but it was also based on the idea that we will be living free of war. And what we wanted to do was to avoid another war.
And after those 10 years and those expansions, this concept was forgotten in Europe. It was forgotten because interest now was all that counted. Particular interests, which still today, even though transatlantic relations are in danger, we need to find a new way of relating to Washington, to the US. We need to take note of the problems in Asia and Africa. There are still countries in Europe, especially the big countries, those leading the EU, which think in terms of their wallets. And only then do they consider their responsibility to their citizens in order to protect them from crises. Europe will have prosperity provided there's no war, and we're not talking about a war that will sweep through Europe like a tsunami or nuclear war. What I mean is that if any country, those closest to us, whether it's the Baltic countries or Poland, or any other country in the vicinity of Russia, if any one of those countries gets attacked, all of Europe will descend into economic crisis. And either we will all be cognizant of this and we will create a new agenda for Europe with new challenges and new courageous decisions, or we'll be back to 2014 when Europe averted its gaze to what was happening in Crimea and was not ready to respond and to prevent what happened in 2022, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. If somebody thinks that Europe is not at risk of war because there's no imperial nation in Europe that could attack a country like Poland, it is time, if one believes so, it is time to forget the slogan, never again. It's not a place and time when we can say that there will never be a war in Europe. It's not a place and time when we can say that even within the next 5 years won't bring a conflict that involves Poland. That is the real choice that we face today. It's not the choice for a generation. It's a choice that we face as politicians, as social activists, as those who care and who can decipher reality. So the real problems are not about growing our GDP and how fast that will grow in the next 5 years, or whether Poland will enter the Eurozone. How we're going to develop the investment profile of the European Central Bank, or how we will collaborate with those applying for European citizenship, for joining the EU. The question that we should ask during debates such as the one today is whether we are ready to face a reality without an protective American umbrella over Europe. Europe will have to act together to defend ourselves, and we can do this. There are more financial resources in Poland and Europe today for all kinds of military arming than in other parts of the world. Today we have one of the strongest economies in the world as a community. More people live in Europe than in the United States. We are developing our economies and our technical potential. We have not neglected this, although it's stalled now. It can all be rebuilt. But when we think of Europe's future, we need a recipe. We need to put an end to the overregulation of Europe. We need to stop saying that the EU will do everything for us and all we have to do is implement EU directives. If the EU wants to be a good response to crises, we need to learn to make decisions fast, within not years but months. And that takes courage. And that is the process which today should be the leading one. That is our advantage over other parts of the world. We no longer have time. Today, in order to respond to the geopolitical changes around the world, we need to have courage and we need to act now. We need to act immediately. And that is the sort of discussion I would like to see here today, because it's all about our lives in the very near future. We're not talking about future generations, we're talking about us and how to protect Europe, including Poland, from crises that are going to be extremely significant. It's more important than making money or developing. We need to prevent war in Europe. If we overcome this threat, then Europeans will definitely have better lives. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Europe immediately now have courage. So thank you not just for welcoming us, that was very nice of you, but I think you presented very deep and broad reflections on the very topic of this conference. It is a sign of our times after COVID that things are done remotely. It's not always convenient, but sometimes it's the only choice, and that's what's going to happen now. Two of our participants who confirmed that they would be coming some time ago, Katarina Barley, Deputy President of the European Parliament, and Mrs. Garcia Perez, President of the S&D Group from Spain. They weren't able to come. Coalition negotiations in Germany, the fire at Heathrow Airport, those things put a stop to their plans. But we have the courtesy of hearing them online on video.
Dear comrades, dear Maria João, dear Ratche, dear Vladimir, and most of all, dear friends of Nova Levica. Greetings, heartfelt greetings from Germany, where we are trying to form a new government, which is hard work under the circumstances that we are in. We are actually the only solution for the outcome of these elections. And we just have to succeed to form this government with conservatives, which is not easy. And this is the reason why I cannot be with you today. I'm very sorry, but I'm chairing the negotiation group for Europe, so I need to be here in Germany. I would have loved so much to come to Poland, because, as you know, the situation in Poland has always been very, very dear to me. And I am so extremely proud of you, comrades, and especially also, if I may say so, the strong women of Poland who have managed to make an end to the autocratic regime of a PiS in Poland, to restore democracy, even if it is difficult at the moment. And the Polish presidency comes at a very crucial time. You are focusing on the most challenging subjects of these times, on democracy, on defense, on security, and on competitiveness. These are very, very important questions, and I'm glad that there is this important meeting, this important conference that you are having. I would, as I said, love to be with you, but I'm very sure that you will be able to deliver answers to these most challenging questions that we are facing. We can only succeed if we stand together, we as Social Democrats, as the democratic forces in Europe, the ones who combat the extreme right, the autocrats, the extremists, and also if we stand together as Europeans more than ever. Now, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your friendship. and the dedication.
Amigos y amigas de la Fundación Europea de Estudios Progresistas, muchas gracias de corazón por vuestra invitación. Me gustaría poder estar hoy con vosotros en Varsovia, una ciudad que simboliza como pocas la resistencia y la determinación de Europa frente a la opresión. Hoy nos encontramos en un momento crucial para el futuro de nuestra Unión. A lo largo de la historia, cada crisis ha sido una oportunidad para avanzar en la construcción europea. Desde la reconstrucción, tras la Segunda Guerra Mundial hasta la caída del muro de Berlín o la pandemia, hemos aprendido que solo juntos somos capaces de superar los desafíos y salir fortalecidos. Ahora, una vez más, nos enfrentamos a una encrucijada. La guerra en Ucrania ha dejado claro que la Unión Europea no puede seguir dependiendo de terceros para su seguridad. La amenaza es real y por primera vez en décadas la paz en nuestro continente no puede darse por sentada. El plan de rearme propuesto por la Comisión Europea es un paso en la dirección correcta, pero no es suficiente. La movilización de 800.000 millones de euros es un esfuerzo necesario, pero debemos garantizar que los recursos lleguen de manera equitativa a todos los Estados miembros. No podemos permitir que las diferencias en la capacidad fiscal fragmenten nuestra defensa y disparen los costes. Necesitamos más solidaridad, más integración y más ambición. Necesitamos un instrumento financiero respaldado por deuda común que sea el sucesor del Next Generation EU. Y sobre todo, debemos garantizar que esta inversión en seguridad no se haga a costa del bienestar social, porque si debilitamos nuestro modelo de cohesión, estaremos alimentando la desesperanza y dando alas a los extremistas que quieren destruir el proyecto europeo desde dentro. Nuestro compromiso con Ucrania debe ser inquebrantable. Hace más de 3 años el régimen de Putin lanzó una invasión brutal con el único objetivo de someter a un pueblo que ha elegido la democracia y la libertad. Desde entonces Ucrania ha resistido con una valentía que nos obliga a estar a la altura. Pero no basta con ayudarles a resistir, debemos garantizar que Ucrania gane la guerra. Hemos sido testigos de atrocidades inimaginables. No olvidamos Bucha, no olvidamos Mariupol, no olvidamos los bombardeos contra civiles ni los millones de personas obligadas a huir de sus hogares. El pueblo europeo tiene memoria. Sabemos que la historia nos juzgará por nuestras acciones y por nuestras omisiones. Y por eso, la Unión Europea debe ir más allá. No podemos permitir seguir atando de pies y manos a Ucrania mientras Rusia intensifica sus ataques. Debemos liberar los activos rusos congelados para financiar la reconstrucción y el rearme de Ucrania. Debemos garantizar que Kiev tenga acceso a todas las herramientas necesarias para defenderse, incluidas las armas que le permitan golpear maquinaria de guerra rusa en su propio territorio. Si Ucrania cae, la democracia perderá mucho más que un país aliado. Perdemos nuestra credibilidad y pondremos en peligro el futuro de toda Europa. Hace casi un siglo hubo democracias que pensaron que ceder ante la tiranía evitaría el conflicto. La historia les demostró lo contrario. Hoy sabemos que la única respuesta posible frente al autoritarismo es la firmeza. Varsovia, como tantas otras ciudades europeas, ha sufrido en su historia el precio de la rendición y la ocupación. No permitamos que la historia se repita. Sigamos apoyando a Ucrania con determinación, defendamos nuestros valores y garanticemos que la democracia prevalezca. Muchas gracias.
Dziękujemy bardzo naszym zagranicznym gościom.
Thank you so much to our international speakers. I was struck by the words of Katarina Barley, who referred to our history and our experiences as Poles. All the organizations behind today's event, the role I was given now comes to an end, and I would like to hand it over to my colleague from the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, who will chair our first panel. Max, the floor is yours.
My pleasure to welcome you to this Call to Europe conference. My name is Max Brendler. I'm director of the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung office in Warsaw. This is the German political foundation affiliated with the Social Democrats, and we've been here in Warsaw for 35 years, and we have been a partner with Amicus Europae Foundation for a long time, and also with FEPS. So I would also like to take the opportunity to thank Uwe and Laszlo, who are here from FEPS, and Irek Bil from Amicus Europae, to thank for this partnership and that we can take part in this event. We have heard a lot of speeches and a lot of the crucial buzzwords and topics for the issue of peace, prosperity, and also defense. The topic of our first panel have been mentioned. And now we want to enter into dialogue here on the stage. There have also been some changes, and there will also be some video statements. I will explain this later. And you will see that the Polish presence in this panel has also become stronger. And maybe this is also a signal to receive from this conference that Poland is taking the center stage also on this topic, not only with the EU Council presidency. But before we start, and we will here join on the stage, I would like to hand over for the keynote introduction to Marek Belka. We have just found out that the right way to put it is that he has been Prime Minister of Poland from day one on, when Poland joined the European Union just 21 years ago in May 2004. Before that, he has been Minister of Finance in 2 governments in Poland, and from 2010 to 2016, President of the National Bank. So maybe he can also help us to understand how we will finance this necessity to rearm Europe and get ready to defend. Marek Belka, please take the floor.
Well, this is not a propitious time for progressive narrative, for progressive agenda. Let's be frank. Just look at the discussion about immigration. Just think of how rarely do we discuss the Green Deal issues. Instead, the buzzwords are security or courage, as the Prime Minister Gawkowski mentioned properly in my opinion. The reason is obvious. Because there is an existential threat to Europe and to European unity. It's not just military, but it's also cyber attacks, hybrid attacks, and also a strategic objective of our eastern neighbor to derail the European integration. This is not just about Poland, Estonia, and Romania. This is also about all the countries in western parts of our continent. Russia does not shy away from financing extreme forces, separatist movements, invests in misinformation. This is all we have to face. When we talk about our response to those threats, we have in mind not only military effort, which is obvious and key, but also investment in modern technologies, in cyber defense, in education of our public, how to distinguish information from lies. This is the world we are in. Well, what is the main challenge for us? It's how to invest in our security, not undermining the values and the achievements that we have arrived at in the last few decades. How to reconcile military effort with welfare state, or at least the core of it. Well, we have to find intelligent ways to finance our military and, let's say, security effort, both on the European level, on the communitarian level, and on the national level. Let me start with what is easier, the national level. Those calls from other side of Atlantic Ocean that we should increase our expenditure on military 2, 3, 4, 5, I don't know how much % of our GDP. We should not treat literally what this guy says. It's our own interest to increase the military expenditure to a realistic level. And when I say realistic, it means that we should not push countries. Well, let me quote Portugal, Spain, as much as we are pushing Poland, Germany, the countries that are closer to where the threat is. As a matter of fact, let me also add a statement about my own country, the non-Euro country, Poland. The situation calls for fast membership of the Euro in Poland. The discussion about Euro is completely misguided. We are talking about price levels, theoretical issues that never materialized in the countries that joined the Euro and will not materialize in a country like Poland or Hungary or Czech Republic. But we oversee completely the costs of not being in the Euro. Number one, it's the instability of capital flows. And second, it's the cost of keeping our own national currency. Poles are sometimes told that we should be proud that our horrendously ballooning international reserves. 160 billion euro or something like this. This is complete nonsense. Those huge levels have been prescribed by economists for the countries that stick to fixed exchange rate regimes. But we are not. Złoty is a floating currency. We don't need such reserves. Those reserves are resources that we don't spend for any useful reason, just pile up heaps of gold or dollar-denominated instruments, basically for nothing. If we are talking about intelligent ways to finance our military effort, why don't we take up this issue? Now, let's turn to the European level. We have discussed the issue of Europe becoming a fiscal union at least for the last 15 years, since the global financial crisis. First steps have been made. after the global financial crisis, after COVID-19, but still we treat this as a one-time event, worrying that it will undermine fiscal discipline. I am not the one, I'm an economist, former finance minister, and so on and so on. So I don't underplay fiscal discipline. But in the situation we are now facing, we have to have common pot of money. Of course, the solution is obvious. It's the common European debt. Common European debt means also a way to increase the international role of euro. And this is the right moment to eat into the dollar domain in this respect. Countries will start withdrawing from dollar-denominated assets. Here we are with our euro-denominated assets, backed by the euro, by the European Union, not by individual countries. This is something we should treat now with seriousness, really. The arguments against are weaker than ever. Okay, for those countries who cherish fiscal discipline, we should also give something. We should replace the current Stability and Growth Pact based on yearly limits of budget deficit into what everybody knows, it's the expenditure rules. Countries should be allowed to increase their public expenditures only at the rate of inflation, maybe if the fiscal space allows, with some additional limited percentage. This should be enough. It sounds, but it's quite sharp. Believe me, we have tried it in Poland, but it's effective. So this is a good moment to marry, to combine the necessary military effort with reform. This should not be very difficult for the social democratic part of the public, of the polity, European polity. It does not require a lot of pain. Some pain in some countries, especially in the eastern flank of European Union, may be indispensable. But also, the people in our sub-region will probably be easier to accept this. So, just to start a discussion. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite all the other participants of the first panel to join the stage while we see a video message of Tanja Fajon. Unfortunately, Tanja cannot be with us here today. I'm sure she would have loved to come to Warsaw. She was a member of European Parliament from 2009 to 2022 for a very long time. For a short time also president of the Socialni Demokrati, our comrades in Slovenia. And she is for 3 years now the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Slovenia. She has recorded a short video message instead of a keynote that she would like to have given here. And so we will see this message. And meanwhile, I would like to invite all the others to join us on stage for the first panel.
The European Union has been a beacon of peace and cooperation since its creation. As we strive for a more strategic union around defense, it is crucial to remember and to maintain this peace mission both within Europe and globally. With this thought, I say welcome to you, dear friends, to the FEPS School to Europe in Warsaw. I thank the organizers, together with colleagues from Nova Lewica, to give me the opportunity to address you via video message at the beginning of today's discussions. Preserving peace, freedom and well-being of our citizens remain top priorities for the progressives in Europe. While we continue to uphold the role of the EU as a peace actor, we should address the emerging challenges and the need to reshape our approach in security and defense. Internal challenges and external threats demand this from us. The EU needs to reassess its strategy for maintaining peace and enhancing its collective security, build on solidarity and shared solutions. Our defense strategy must be comprehensive, encompassing diplomatic work, the defense of a rules-based international order and respect for international law. We must reiterate our commitment to work in close collaboration within the United Nations and other international organizations. This is especially important in times when the principles of the UN Charter are increasingly disregarded. During Slovenia's presidency of the Security Council in September last year, we organized an open debate on leadership for peace. Slovenia believes the way forward is to revive the UN and its fundamental promise to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. We take pride in the UN's past achievements, especially the UN's legal framework, which enables the power of rules to replace the rule of power and work hard as a non-permanent member of the Security Council to uphold this. Investing in security also means supporting Ukraine's path to peace. The war in Ukraine, notwithstanding the possible end in sight, has been constantly gaining in complexity. The disastrous toll on civilian lives, the deliberate targeting of Ukrainian energy infrastructure, and the ever-present risk of a nuclear accident. We advocate for a just peace based on the UN Charter and Ukraine's sovereignty with no rewards for Russia's aggression. We support engaging with the US in peace negotiations, urging Russia to demonstrate genuine readiness for peace. The progressive approach to European security is not just about arms. It is also and primarily about stability, welfare, cooperation and European cohesion. We cannot in any case compromise social and economic justice in the pursuit of our necessary goals in the field of defense, as they are not competing dimensions but mutually complementary. For example, dual-use technologies can benefit the economy and the well-being of citizens.
Thank you very much, Tanya, for your input. Now we will start the discussion here on the stage. I will introduce our guests to you when I ask them the first question, and then I will also like to give you the opportunity to participate in this discussion until 11 o'clock. We are very good with the time, so I hope we'll also have an opportunity to have at least one round of questions from the audience. Now I would like to start here on my right with Mia-Petra Kumpula-Natri. You arrived from Finland yesterday. You have been a member of European Parliament for 10 years, from 2014 until last year, 24. Now you're a member of the Parliament in Finland of what you call the Grand Committee, which is the name for the Committee on European Affairs. I think a very good name for it. And you're also a member of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, PACE, and you were involved in a very important report on Ukraine for a just and lasting peace there. Finland has joined NATO just very recently, not even 2 years ago, in April 2023. But now, with Trump in office in the US, we have heard it in the speeches this morning already, there is much uncertainty, and the challenges for Europe are to be ready to defend itself. So how does this feel for the population and for the politics in Finland?
Thank you for the invitation, and I'm very, very happy to see this new Warsaw. I've never been to this high and seen this much of construction, so I really think that one day it will be something similar in Ukraine. So for Finnish people, the NATO membership was something very rapid. You may have heard that the spring in the population was supporting a NATO membership like 20% still in January, February. And then in May, when we were applying, it was over 80%. And in the parliament, 6 votes against out of 200. So it was a shift that happened when we together analyzed the situation, the security situation, that our neighbor, Russia, has taken down the mask and shows that they are aggressively ready to expand. And we have been listening to Putin's speeches before that he only speaks for his own audience. And then we saw that he's taking actions. So we had to make the reality check. And today we will wait some other countries to make the reality checks. And I'm very happy that the greetings we had from different parts, Irache from Spain, Katarina from Germany, Tanya from Slovenia, they have making this reality check, and they have also, not to change, but then taking this position surely. So when Finland joined, we were led by the Prime Minister Sanna Marin, who also said a couple of months before that it will not happen during my time. But then something happened, and it was the 24th of February that Ukraine was attacked, unprovoked. Or is it a provoking that you want to keep the democracy? Is it a provoked that you want to join the European Union of the democratic countries to build prosperity and economy and start having the internal markets, bind your nation to the values of democracy and solidarity? If this is provoking, what can we do? Are we provoking here, or this is unprovoked attacks? So that's why we cannot really stay outside, but defend our values. And as you hinted in the question that yes, joining NATO was a purely military action that we also want to be protected by the Article 5 if need be. And then we have also the DSA, the bilateral contract with the USA. I must say that still we have not heard any interruption on this military cooperation with NATO or USA. But we have seen many other challenges that I also want to embrace here. Our Google calendars are not mentioning the Women's International Day. Our algorithms are going down if you mention the human rights, abortion, and so. Just look at your own accounts. If you are far right, you suddenly have 10,000 likes and so's. And if you're a social democrat and you say that let's go for the equality march and talk about abortion rights, then you are reduced from 200 to 10 shows and likes. So this is already today happening. So we cannot forget this internal security, the democracy and technology and sovereignty. So I took this very tiny example, but this is where Europe was not wrong to make some regulation. Because this is where I see so much messages now that Europe is regulating too much, and that's why we are not competitiveness. I thought that we were some years late to make some legislation to prevent democracy, and that way also to be able to defend military. So US relation, military still okay, otherwise very challenging. So Europe has to have stronger political will and keeping us together. And I will finish here. I don't see any other party to be so solidarity in the DNA of the parties than ours. So I should not see a conflict helping Ukraine now with the military assistance. I was there for the 3 days, the 3-year day. I was having the application on the missiles to land. And when I did my report in the PASE, in the Council of Europe, the one party said that they cannot support it because you mentioned investing on the military too much. But when you are in Kiev, you see less ammunition means that more missiles come through. And this is the human right number 1, that you are not killed. So we need these actions immediately, and Social Democratic should put it because this is the solidarity at its best at this moment. And then the second part of solidarity comes with the long-term white paper and others. Now, unfortunately, if you look at the figures, countries closer to the border pay more to Ukraine and pay more to their own defense. So this is not really balanced, and then we really need to work on that one kind of solidarity as well.
Thank you, Mia Petra. So for the Finnish Social Democrats, this is not a debate that tears you apart. This strong support of European security and the mobilization of extra financial forces is something that you count as European solidarity, and your party stands behind completely.
Yes, and we are actually pushing the government of the far right included, the true Finns, who don't like Europe, who don't like solidarity, but they are still on board and they are very strongly supporting Ukraine. So that makes politics in Finland a little bit easier. And that comes from the history. When we have a real threat from outside, we are so small nation that we unite us. So we are actually pushing the true Finns to show their support in Ukraine in the concrete terms. And that is not very easy, but we will do it.
Thank you very much. My next question will go to Laszlo Andor. He has been EU Commissioner for Labour and Social Affairs. That's really a hardcore social democratic issue, while for many social democrats around Europe, the financing of the military is not traditionally a heartfelt issue, but like a hardcore issue, but labour and social affairs are much more closer to us. And we have heard the sense of urgency, Krzysztof Gawkowski has also pointed to it, and the existential threat we are facing, and that social democrats also around Europe are understanding this and pushing for this. But still, there is a danger of a competition between spending for welfare state and spending for the military. Tanja Fajon, in her statement, I'd like to quote her, said, "The progressive approach to security is not just about arms, but also and primarily about stability, welfare, cooperation and cohesion. And we should not understand this in competition, but as complementary efforts." And so I would like to ask Laszlo, as former Commissioner of the European Union and now Secretary General of FEPS, how can we avoid a debate of guns versus butter in our societies?
Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be part of this discussion. I think this is really a crucial one at this time. And indeed, I would just like to say I very much agree with Tanja Fajon, but I think the answer lies with what Marek Belka also explained already in the keynote, to connect the social questions with the economic one, and also to clarify that when we speak about defense, it's not only a defense of territory, but also the defense of political values and the social standards, which we as Europeans have established and would like to uphold also at the time of this increased external threat. Also to clarify that the external threat is not purely the military behavior of Russia, which we have been witnessing in the last 3 years, but also the withdrawal of the United States from the multilateral system, and a lot of things which multilateralism has represented, including international law. And this indeed is also threatening the pillars on which the European integration has been built, because the EU has been committed to a rules-based system inside but also outside. And upholding it on the outside is as much a European interest as preserving our system internally. There are 3 aspects which will solve this dilemma, because it's a dilemma how to move ahead with social policy at the time of security threats. The number 1 point, perhaps the easiest, borrowing. Marek Belka explained that just like Germany is making this enormous move, which is fantastic, and we have to give reassurance to the German friends that they are doing the right thing when they eliminate the barriers of public borrowing. But this needs to be done for a dual purpose, partly military, but also civilian, to create more public goods and ensure that a lot of investment which should have been done in the past decade or decades is also coming forward. And then the social and economic fabric of Germany is strengthened, benefiting also the rest of Europe. So borrowing is critical. Marek Belka explained that as the European fiscal rules are at the moment, it almost prohibits the military effort. So we also have to revise. It was revised 1 year ago, but we have to revise again in the light of the new situation. The second point is to preserve cohesion. This country received something like 100 billion euro from the 7-year European budget for cohesion, agriculture, and a few other things. This is a massive support, and if the EU somehow puts cohesion policy at risk because of the new priorities, then there's going to be a political problem in the regions which are lagging behind or in the regions which are falling behind. And there are so many regions which are also falling behind in the relatively advanced countries of the European Union. So to preserve cohesion, perhaps even to improve it, in the next MFF negotiations is going to be very important to uphold the economic prosperity in the less developed regions. And the third point is indeed to ensure that when we upgrade the European Union from the point of view of defense, we also upgrade it from economy and finance and social questions. Again, in the last 15 years, since the Great Crisis, there's a lot of talk about reforming the economic and monetary union, but not even the banking union was completed, and a few elements of fiscal union, fiscal stabilization were not brought forward in a systematic fashion. And like unemployment insurance, there have been smart solutions developed. This is the time to bring it forward, and then the leadership of the EU, von der Leyen and others, could give a signal that they are not only asking the Europeans to make a sacrifice for military efforts, if necessary, but also sharing the risks of this new world within the European Union and providing a safety net for the national welfare systems. This is what the European Union can do.
So Laszlo, if I understand you correctly with this stress on cohesion and solidarity and burden sharing in the Union, this is also to preserve unity in the EU and not to let others, or from the internal perspective, drive wedges into our cooperation in our Union.
You said it better than I did. Thank you.
Yes, but what I want to ask you also is, like, this internal threat. I mean, we perceive the external danger from the imperialist Russian aggression against Ukraine, and not too far from here. And we perceive the danger of the United States destabilizing NATO and our security and the massive efforts we have to do. But also inside our societies, there are ruptures, and a more militarized societies in Europe might also provide even a more fertile breeding ground for right-wing populists and authoritarian tendencies. So how can we address this issue also with our organizations and cooperation amongst social democrats?
I would also take this back to the question of the cohesion, because if you look at geographically where the so-called right-wing populist parties flourished in different European countries, look at Germany, it's flourishing in the eastern parts especially, where the lack of cohesion has been a problem, and the stagnation and long-term unemployment never went away. In Poland, you had the PiS enormous support in parts where they believe that they don't participate in this fantastic prosperity of the capital city and the western part. The same in Hungary, the same everywhere. So you have to ensure that economic growth is more robust, but also better shared, and more regions can participate. This is one key reason. And also don't forget that the AfD actually originates from the protest against the monetary union. And the way the monetary union was basically misorganized some time ago. And these necessary corrections could also diffuse pretty much. Plus you have the migration question, which of course is unrelated to some extent, but it's also related, because why did Europe experience these enormous migration waves, which eventually became extremely costly? Because in certain wars, especially initiated by the United States, functioning states were destroyed. And that created millions of refugees, which did not go to the United States, they came to Europe. And they caused the cost to Europe, and also fueled xenophobia and eventually the far-right populism. So this is also very important from the point of view of the strategic autonomy of Europe, to be able to better control what is happening in our neighborhood, and not to leave it to the United States, for which the costs will not come back, they only profit.
Thank you, Laszlo. Before I involve our two other participants from Poland in the discussion, I would like to ask back to Marek Belka. You have just mentioned the AfD in Germany, which was founded as a party to go back to the Deutschmark. That said, don't borrow money to Greece. Yeah, they are bound to lose it. It's a barrel without a bottom. And let's go back to national currency and more nationalist policy in Germany. They have become more radical and more extreme, but they still hold on to this thesis. Now, Marek Belka has put forward the proposition that Poland should, rather sooner than later, also join the Eurozone and introduce the euro. This is not a very popular topic here in the Polish debate. I think it was part of the party program for elections in 2023 of Nowa Lewica, but it was not really a big issue in the public debate. Now you're bringing this forward now as a crucial moment, and if I understand also as a way to strengthen our unity in Europe through this common currency in Poland.
Well, I understand that the discussion about euro is evolving. As far as the Euroland is concerned, there is virtually no government or no serious political party in Europe that is against the euro. I mean, if you are deep in the opposition, like Marine Le Pen or like Meloni some time ago, well, those ladies pronounced their doubt about the sense of euro. As long as they come nearer to power, they immediately lose enthusiasm for anti-euro rhetorics. Because the problem with euro is that we see all the weaknesses of euro. There are weaknesses, but this is one of the biggest achievements of the European project. As a matter of fact, this is why Trump hates Europe, because euro is a challenge to dollar. And this guy may not fully understand how important for the American economy is the international role of US dollar. The more accepted the American currency globally is, the less fiscal discipline is necessary for the internal policy in the US. Because the people will always borrow the money to the American Treasury. Why not taking over at least part of it in Europe? So the discussion outside of the Euroland, in the European Union, should be different. The potential problems for the less developed countries embracing euro didn't materialize at all. As a matter of fact, those newcomers are probably better off because they have more agile economies and more agile economic management, economic policy. Now we have to change the narrative about the euro. And I am proposing part of it. If we had more time, I would be able to elaborate on this.
Thank you, Marek Belka. And now to the two participants from Poland that joined this panel on short notice, but as I already introduced, it's also somehow the message that Poland is becoming much more important in this debate. This conference is called A Call to Europe, and this is a call to Europe. Is the existential threat we are perceiving that has been highlighted, and this conference is also an occasion to point to the EU Council presidency, which is happening in Poland right now. Half a year ago, we had a conference similar to this in Hungary, and so this is the lineup. So I will also want to ask you from the Polish side about the contribution Poland can make as part of this EU Council presidency. But first to Katarzyna Uberhan, you are also concerned with hardcore social democratic topics. You are a member of parliament for Nowa Lewica in the Polish parliament and the chairperson for the Social Affairs Committee. So first I would also like to ask you, how do you perceive this debate or the danger of a debate of guns versus butter? How much money is there left for our hardcore social democratic topics, which are also important for the unities in our societies when military spending is exceeding 4% of GDP, as it is in Poland?
Yes, thank you for having me here, for inviting me to this event. I'm very honored. And going back to your question, that's very important to not forget when while we are spending so much on militarization, we have to remember that security, it's not only about guns and army. The security is the main focus should be on people, and people are the center of the measures and all the actions we are taking. As a social affairs committee chair, those topics and those issues are very highly important for me. I do think, and I'm convinced that we don't have to. I mean, while we are increasing our spending on militarization, we don't have to cut our spendings on the social security, because as it was mentioned here before, the security has a different dimensions, and one of the dimensions is, of course, social security. It could be also health security that wasn't even mentioned here today, but. If we want to become strong and unite, and if we want to be a strong leader, because I think this is in the hard times, what is expected from us is that we will lead and we will with the certainty and the actions. Because you are saying that when we are saying a wake up, that's the wake up call. In my opinion, it's too late for waking up. It's a time for taking an actions. And as responsible leaders, we have to provide the security that has different dimensions. And also, as I was saying, it's a social security, it's a housing security. It's putting the people in the center. And to be honest, I do not agree with thinking and with saying that we have to, because of the hard times, because of the war at our borders, that we have to suspend our social agenda. I don't agree with that. And I don't agree that we have to suspend being human. And that's what makes us human. Saying the human rights and that's what our government is doing. I personally disagree with that. It's like suspending the right to asylum, because the hard time and even the times of war, it's not an excuse to suspend human rights.
Thank you.
And social rights.
Thank you, Katarzyna. We'll come back to this, but I would also like to introduce Andrzej Szejna here on my left. He has been a member of European Parliament as well as many that have spoken here, 2004 to 2009. You have been a member of the Polish Parliament the same since 2019. You're Vice President of our partner party of Nowa Lewica, Vice President also of PES, International Secretary, and now most importantly, the Secretary of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Poland. Now, security in all its aspects, from social to healthcare and food and all kinds of securities, has been the title for this EU Council presidency in Poland. That didn't take a lot of creativity to think of this in these times, but they declinate this through all the aspects. But on the top of the agenda is the foreign and security policy, and the security in hard terms, also in defense. So I would like to ask you, Andrzej, what is the Polish contribution now to this European debate that we have to get ready to defend ourselves, maybe even without the support of the United States in this existential threat in Europe right now? What is the contribution of the EU Council presidency of Poland?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to strengthen and underline that in this difficult political situation, Poland's foreign policy is identifying following points, following priorities. First is maintaining transatlantic unity and cooperation, including the close political, military, and economic collaboration with the United States. It is very important that this situation is not changing our approach to transatlantic cooperation, and we are recognizing NATO and United States as a partner and priority idea. And of course, deepening European Union NATO cooperation is also our objective. Second, the European Union member states must strengthen their defense readiness and take on greater responsibility. I think it's something new, not for Poland, but for many countries, that we have to take on greater responsibility for transatlantic security and our own security and our self-defense. Fair burden sharing. Sometimes I can say it's not a joke that Mr. President Donald Trump has pushed us to make more, to take care of ourselves. Second, this is not aimed, of course, against the United States, but it's a response to long-standing calls from Washington for Europe to take on more responsibility. And we are doing that. We are doing that, and the white book on defense, it's a response. And preserving the global order based on respect for international law. And Europe is a beneficiary of this order as evidence by the community's economic success over several decades. And Poland is a perfect example of that success. So I think that what is our priority during our presidency is clear. We call it security Europe. Security in different dimensions. Of course, what hasn't been mentioned, I think, until now, is also energy security. What is, I think, as much important as military security, because it's not the security of the housing. It's also security of enterprises. It's security of our common market, and food security, and cyber security. It's all has been mentioned in our priorities as a Polish presidency, and of course, after we are the first in this institutional circle, let's say, and we want to propose some initiatives that then these initiatives will be continued by other countries that are together with us in this presidency. We are in a very difficult time, but we are very delicate, and our diplomacy, as you see, is very delicate with United States diplomacy. We really hope that during this year we will face the peace in Ukraine, the peace in Gaza, but it won't be easy. And peace, it sometimes doesn't mean that it's only about the peace. And the peace should be just and sustainable.
Thank you very much, Andrzej. I would like to ask Mia Petra here on my right again. Both of you have stressed that the United States and the cooperation in NATO are still working, and that this is not something that we have to face, that it is that this cooperation is broken yet. Yeah, that's what you said for your bilateral support between Finland and the United States, and also in NATO. And what we are building up in the EU is seen as complementary to this NATO cooperation. But what is your expectation from the European Union in Finland now? What kind of support do you expect us to build up in the EU on the financial level to be able to spend more, and also on this European solidarity?
We had the panel discussion on the TV on the topic with the 4 biggest parties, 2 MEPs, 2 former MEPs, and we were united that we need stronger Europe, but then going to the details, it's always the devil there. So I think there are 2 phases. Now we immediately need to do something that US is doing bad. It is to help Ukraine. And I was proud of the new Kaja Kallas, who really tried to build a European understanding that where Europe is unsecure partner for Ukraine and these days, that we could be a reliant partner. But unfortunately, Commission nowadays is consulting so much the member states that they are not brave enough to propose something that is functioning. So in the end, it was planned to replace something that US is shaky supporting, and we end up with the 2 million ammunition, further 5 billion. We could not do more. And it was Commission who should really make something that is based on facts, what is needed. But now it's like consulting, and member states are not doing too much, so they don't even present something that which is really needed. So maybe political parties should be then stronger to say that this is really needed, and then the Bush Commission, and not to go country by country, maybe one idea. But then the longer term, the white paper 2030, yes, it says we will look at more carefully what kind of military mobility can be planned. And so it was very much something like we'll check later. And we have a feeling that we don't have time to make that slowly movements. So also I was very happy that the S&D chair said that if something more rapid is happened here, it was said that we don't have time for making everything very slowly. We are the democracy also able to legislate and put money on the European level. So this is like something functioning already. So it's not set in the European Union role, the book, that you have to do this slowly. No, it doesn't say that. It said that you have to give the proposal from the Commission to Council and Parliament, and they can act quicker because we have this democratic structure there. So this is what is needed now for also the building up the way towards more secure Europe in 2030. And also for the Niinistö paper, our former Prime Minister, on the resilient Europe, that will come next week, the proposal. So that is also in the internal way. So for us, the 800 billion, we see that maybe we are not needing the loans because still we get loans cheaper, but we are trying to make the true Finns also to look at this because they are very sensitive, like, okay, we cannot do the European loans or bonds or whatsoever. But I have to bring greetings from another European the Nordic countries who've been very strict on the austerity line. They have clearly said that, okay, something called bond is not anymore a taboo. So I think we are developing, but it might be called something else than last time to be able to fit in for the people to change. I also challenge as social democrats, if we, Laszlo, don't change everything, Europe is not developing. I heard a little bit too much of everything that used to be before cohesion and this and that and that. We have to frame something new realities also. I think that we have to support the people, we have to support the social security, we have to support the development aid, we have to continue the all policies. But we cannot have that big budget, so then that's why I challenge Social Democrat to rethink the titles and names. We have to push the far right to put a little bit something acceptance. If they accept the military support, then that's stronger Europe. And we welcome that one. So this is what I wanted to bring also, that we changed a lot, changing Finland to join the NATO. We changed a lot to build a coalition to understand that we need urgent help for Ukraine. So this is something that we are progressives, so we should be able to do that. And when Commission is taking too little steps, like Irache said, it was too little. Now, next week, there should be big talks that this is what we suggest. Is it that we just said that Europe could have a Europe-owned big planes that we are lacking from the military to be able to transport? Does that come from the European socialists that this could be a European one, so you can borrow the European one and not the American one? So this kind of active calls, that could be the Airbus thing. It can bring more jobs for Europeans to work and build those. So this is what I wish to see, and then something that can land on the political realities that we need some right-wing parties and left-wing parties and Greens and others to join. And I really carefully look at what is happening in Germany because it looks good on that perspective. 500 billion. In Finland, the right-wing people only mention 500 billion for military. And then we are happy to add that, yes, 500 billion for society.
Thank you, Mia Petra. Now, you have done a lot in Finland, you have changed, you have joined NATO, and you say there have to be changes also on the EU level and in the EU budget, and you have addressed Laszlo, and if I understand you correctly, you said, well, maybe we cannot afford all of this spending for social and welfare state anymore, but there has to be a new balance. So maybe Laszlo can react to this. Yes, one point. It's coming.
So in a way, we should not confuse military spending with fiscal stimulus, because what we speak about is not a fiscal stimulus, what is needed, but a structural shift. And the EU also needs to take part in this structural shift, but primarily it's for the member states to implement this structural shift. But if we are serious about a fiscal Zeitenwende at the European Union level, then we also have to question this stupid 1% ceiling of the EU budget, that the EU budget can only be 1% of the European GDP. I'm sorry, when the European Economic Community was only 9 countries, they already made a big study, the so-called McDougall report, which said if you are serious about economic and monetary union, something like 5 to 7% of the centralization of the European resources would be needed in an EU budget. If you also include defense, it would go to 10. Why? Because at that time, 3% was the standard on the military spending. So I think all these aspects would need to be considered. The EU to raise own resources is another issue, right? So we talk a lot about these questions, but when it comes to a new MFF proposal, it's back to the basics. And probably when later this year, I don't know if it happens during the Polish or the Danish presidencies, but if the Commission comes again with the new MFF outline, it should be bolder. It must be much bolder.
Thank you, Laszlo. Now, you have a long border with Russia. Poland has a border with Russia. There's a war going on in the neighbor country. And there are other countries in the Baltics region which are directly affected. But we must not forget there's also a danger further south in Romania. And we unfortunately do not have the representative from Romania here on the panel, but there is a video message from Victor Negrescu, which we will now hear and see. He was MEP from 2014 to 2017, then he was Minister of European Affairs in Romania for a short time, now back in the European Parliament, Vice President even, and he will be able to address us. And this is also the moment for you in the audience to get ready to ask questions. I will be happy to collect some questions from the audience then, and then we will have to close this panel around 11 o'clock. So could we please see the message from Victor Negrescu? Yes, here he is.
First of all, I would like to thank FEPS for the kind invitation to address you today through this short video message. I would have loved to be in Poland, but unfortunately, as you probably know, the situation in my home country, Romania, is not so easy today. We are facing huge challenges due to foreign interference, but also due to the fact that the far right is promoting an active anti-democratic rhetoric in my home country. It happened in Poland, it happens now in Romania, it happens in different places in the world. And of course, we have to recognize that the anti-democratic speeches are winning more and more support. Authoritarian leaders, far-right parties, they speak about the freedom of speech, but in reality, they want to make sure that this will not be allowed in the future. But we need to react. And if we do not react, we will fail. This is what is happening today in Europe. I'm a little bit afraid that we do not have a proper reaction to tackle the challenges that we're currently facing. We are on the defensive. We are not coming up with new initiatives, with new proposals. We have to be bold. We have to be courageous. And I have to say it, I strongly believe that the social democratic movement is the only movement that can offer a proper reaction to what the far right is doing currently across the world. We need to show people that we can develop policies that are fit for them, that can improve people's lives. It's not about political rhetoric. It's not about winning votes. It is mainly and certainly about people. Let's speak to citizens. Let's be courageous. Let's fight the anti-democratic rhetoric and show people that there is a way forward. Hope will prevail. But in order for hope to prevail, we have to be certain that we also correspond to what we are defending. That indeed, when we stand for values, we are ready to, of course, also to promote those values in our daily lives. Politicians have a huge responsibility, but also the civil society has a responsibility to get actively involved in the process. Ignoring the debates, ignoring politics, saying that what is happening in politics will not touch us, it's, in my opinion, a wrong perspective. You have faced in Poland huge challenges in this regard. Governments that decided to change laws that seemed to be impossible to change before. They have an agenda against citizens, an agenda against tolerance, an agenda against women, an agenda against local authorities, an agenda against democracy, an agenda against freedom of speech. Their agenda is a negative one, based on false claims, without arguments and real solutions. And of course, we have to say it as loud as possible and show to people that when they vote, they are supposed to vote for the people that stand for them. I know in Poland, currently, of course, you are preparing for the presidential elections. And some people might look on TikTok or on other social media platforms, and they might like one of the candidates that from time to time goes to the gym or runs around in different cities or even helps people to rebuild their homes. We are also helping people rebuild their homes. But it's about more than that. It's about more than simply showing off. Those that show off usually do not want to do what they are presenting through their videos. We have to be consistent, but we also need to get out of the fancy rooms and the hotel events. I know, of course, those kind of actions need to be organized. They are crucial for the preparation of our actions. But after you finish this conference, go in the street, go meet people. Write to them online, call them, react, speak to people. It's a fight. Of course, we didn't start the war. The far right has started the war against the future of our cities, the future of our countries, against the future of our political movement. I'm confident social democracy will prevail. Social democracy has fought against the fascists, has fought against the communists. This is what happened in my home country. Many former social democratic leaders were imprisoned by those extremist political movements. But we won. We survived. We revived. And we have shown to people that we have the policies that they expect from decision makers. So let's trust ourselves. Let's work with our political foundations. Let's, of course, listen to the civil society, listen to the academia, but act. And then, of course, we will certainly win. I'm confident you will succeed as well in Poland. You have my full support as Vice President of the European Parliament, but mainly as Vice President of the Party of European Socialists. If you need any help, I'm here. Of course, I couldn't be for this event with you, but I'm confident that we will meet again and we'll continue our work together. Once more, congratulations to FEPS for organizing this conference. You play a key role, so we trust you that you know how to proceed from now on in making sure citizens will listen to us and will vote for social democracy in Poland and across Europe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Victor Negrescu, for this video statement. And now we have 10 minutes for some questions from the audience. So I would like you to use a microphone so our translators can hear you, and also those following us in the live stream can hear you. It would be good if you could briefly introduce yourselves and then please ask a short question and leave some answer for our panelists, to leave some time for them on the panel to answer. So please.
Thank you very much. My name is Jakub Kozikowski. I'm from Warsaw School of Economics. And I wanted to ask you about the current change of topics when it comes to the politics, because we all see the great shift towards the safety. And I'm really worried about this shift because, as we know, the far-right populists in Europe are really good in talking about those topics, and it's a really big threat for the liberal democracy. And I want to ask you, the people who can change something about this, what is the plan to change the message, to address the change or this shift within our population, our citizens, how to address the democratic liberal values against the populists when it comes to war and the change in the EU and the US? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jakub. Rufus here in the second row.
Thank you very much. Good forenoon, everyone, or as we'd say in Prague, dobre dopoledne. I'm Rufus Kofton, I'm 20 years old, and currently I'm studying at Charles University in the Faculty of Arts. I had a quick question when we were talking about the common European debt. I was reminded, again, putting on this cap of a student of history at the Faculty of Arts, as an American, as an idealist, and as a federalist, both in terms of US history and in terms of the European Union. When Alexander Hamilton, a name we all, I assume, know, or at least have heard of, was the first Secretary of the Treasury in the 1790s, he proposed a common American debt, a national debt. He even had a quote, which I will try to briefly read. "A national debt, if it is not excessive to us, will be a national blessing." Now, my question is, we all know how that ended up. The Federalists, although not becoming a political force, ended up forming what we now view as the US democracy, the way America works. My question is, could this potentially lead to a not directly federal European government, federal European state, but to much larger integration, even in terms of the political system in and of itself? Thank you.
Thank you, Rufus. We have room for a third question. But, oh yes, there it is.
Good morning. My name is Michał Orzełek. I'm an economist, graduated from Warsaw School of Economics, and I'd like to ask you about the euro currency. Euro was introduced in 1999. As we know, those times were pretty much different from what we know now know as the global order. The banking system wasn't considered the real sphere of the economy. The economy was okay. Thanks. The banking system wasn't considered the real sphere of the economy. We considered banks to be just some facilitator. After 2008, it changed, and euro changed with it. So my question is it really a good idea to push this introduction of euro in Poland when we now face a very big spending, considering the military spending? We need a non-defaultable currency, and I think it's not a good idea to push this euro topic when we face a very big threat from Russia. And especially, I would like to ask Professor Marek Belka to answer this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Michał. Thank you very much for the questions. I would like to hand the first one from Jakub to Katarzyna Überhahn about the threat to our liberal democracies and this increase in defense spending. Please.
I feel strongly that we should not change the message. I mean, we should change the way we tell the story, but we have to tell the same story. We should tell all this, you know, to be resilient to far right. We have to be strong with our social democratic values. We should still tell the same story, but just using sometimes different words. And it was repeated today many times today here that safety, security has different dimensions, and it's not only militarization. It's not only militarization, it's also security of our labor market, it's security of, it's also social security, it's health security. And for example, when I mentioned labor market with a reason, because we are very often, the far right is using, for example, the threat of the migrants. And we can tell the story and say that the migrants is also the safety for our labor market. In a situation when we don't have, we have the challenges with the demographics, when we have the labor market that needs hands to work. We have to tell the story about the qualified migrants that are also the way to keep our labor market safe. So that's why main message. We don't forget about our story. We can change narrative, but we cannot change the values and the issues that are important for social democracy. We just tell them different way, but we all the time telling the same way, and the same things. Okay.
Thank you, Katarzyna, very much. Now there were two questions that concerned economy, fiscal policy, and the euro and reserve currencies. And I would like to hand back to Marek Belka, who has opened this panel with his keynote.
Okay. There are elements of questions in the most interventions. Number one, will my proposal lead to federation? Or well, let's use the term deeper integration, not to scare people, but sincerely, I would not mind. That's it. Come on, I mean, this is probably the best. I am a Polish patriot. I wouldn't even mind if you call me a Polish nationalist. The European Union is the best thing that happened in the history of Poland in the last few centuries. Come on. There is nothing wrong in it for us. Only benefits. The deeper integration within the European Union is good for Poland. Punto. Second, well, your question is more nuanced. I'm calling for euro adoption in time when our fiscal policy is expensive, to be delicate. And at the same time, there is an opinion, deeply rooted opinion, both in the political elites, but also in the society, that there is no such thing as a necessity of fiscal discipline. There is almost always money for everything. This started basically in 2008 with the global financial crisis, when somehow, well, everything that was engineered by the elites at that time was good, because we were at the threshold of global meltdown, a crisis that would surpass the Great Depression of the 20s, of the 30s, of the 20th century. But then some economists turned that the money is costless, that interest rates will always be zero or close to zero. So basically, there is no limit to indebtedness. For people in the streets in Poland, this was translated into simple words. No money? Come on, there is always money. The government has money. So we have now a situation in which there is no need to think even about fiscal discipline, about political or about economic cost of military efforts, say. As a matter of fact, if I were in the government now, 2 months to the presidential election, I will probably be silent about the costs of military effort, which we have seen in the intervention of our colleague from the Polish Parliament. But this is not true, simply. One way or another, we'll have to introduce elements of fiscal discipline. The ruling theory in the Polish government is now that we'll grow out of the debt, of the excessive debt. It's possible when we spend money on investment that is increasing the potential rate of growth, long-term growth, but not when we spend this money on social policy. When we spend money on social policy, we are not growing out of the debt. We are getting into the hole even more. And this is, I'm talking now as an economist, not as a social democrat. But social democrats should be also economists. And now, directly to your question. Why do we talk about euro embracement in the time when we don't fulfill the criteria? Let me now be a little bit arrogant. And this comes from my experience in the government, also in the National Bank of Poland. Poland is so important politically for the euro that if we declare readiness to embrace euro, everybody will help us, one way or another. A red carpet will be rolled out for Poland. And believe me, I know it. I know it. It's not that I hope, I know it. Thank you.
Thank you, Marek Belka. No.
But we do not agree with this social policy part.
You have heard that we have been debating about defense policy, also about the debate of guns versus butter, and you have heard different opinions. I understand that Kasia wants to react to this, but we will have to close this panel very soon. But let me try to close off with pointing to one paper to bring more unity into the social democracy of the Nordics, of Germany and the Visegrad Group and also the Baltic states. There has been an effort that many in this room have also been participating in. Uwe Optenhögel, Ireneo Spiel, Katharina Überhahn and Andrzej Schena have been part of this, shaping the Zeitenwende paper, where we have tried to outline the foundations for a social democratic line in Eastern, Central Eastern and Russia policy, and I would like to recommend this also as a foundation for this debate. You can see that this is an active debate inside social democracy, and before we close this panel, and I hand over to David Rinaldi for the next one on housing, I would like to give the floor for very, very brief final comments from Katarzyna Überhahn on this guns versus butter debate, and then from our guest from Finland, who has came furthest, and she will close then the debate with one comment on the societal changes. So Kasia, please very briefly.
Smart social policies create skills, create jobs, jobs create income. Safe the labor market means a growing economy. This is why I don't agree with Mr. Balka.
And now for the final contribution to Mia Petra.
Is it done? Is it done? Just continue. Okay. Yes, it was like a rhetoric. How should we take the rhetoric in these days? So I think it's a good question that we don't have to make the rhetoric. We have to say, because far right went too far. And we have to show that. So many voters of the far right were thinking of the taxes. And look at America. Those who voted for Trump are sucked out now. They don't have a job anymore. Economy is like challenging. The women didn't know that they will be taken back to 100 years back. Women working for the Meta didn't know that their boss is actually a chauvinist. In Finland, there was the first ever march on equality. You don't normally see streets full of people. There were 12,000 women marching. And not because the Finnish government has shown really what they have been done, because they see the wave of American values coming here. So I think here you have shown that already, questioning on the abortion and so. Women are the minority, and have you ever seen a far-right party helping any topic for minority called women? Just send me an email. If you show me that, okay, here they helped women, or on this movement. I made this call already 8 years ago. I haven't received any. So they went too far, and we don't have to make rhetorics, we have to show it to people when they really saw their faces. So this is why I think the progressives live in the 2025 and not let them take us to the beginning of the 90s or something.
Okay, thank you, Mia Petra. Thank you all for joining in this debate, and it will continue.
Szanowni Państwo, proszę zostać na miejscu.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay with us. We are not having coffee breaks. It's a rolling coffee break. If you need coffee or a snack, you're free to go downstairs anytime you wish, but we'll be starting on the next panel right now. I would like to ask Mr. Rinaldi to be at the ready and to come to the stage.
Thank you very much.
It's picture time. It's not yet break time.
Jeszcze nie przerwa, teraz robimy zdjęcia.
Fix the problem of the European Union. We still have a couple of points to solve. Good morning, everybody. And I think we are slowly starting to shift from a very big and important topic. Wait a second, very big and important topic to another big and important topic. You have been talking and addressing the crucial issue of external security for Poland and for the European Union. But of course, this is only part of our mission as Social Democrats. We cannot abandon the important fight of delivering on internal security for the Union. This is the moment in which, if we step up our efforts to build a stronger unity and protection vis-à-vis external threats, we also need to showcase leadership for the quality of life of our European people here at home. I have to ask you, as I am about to invite on stage the Deputy Minister for Economic Development and Technology, Tomasz Lewandowski, I have to ask all of you to calm down, have a seat, and bear with us 1 minute. We have an important topic to address, and a good introduction. I take the freedom to partly change the schedule to use the speech of Irene Tinagli that we have in a video message as a sort of introduction to this topic before giving the floor to the Deputy Minister, so the people will probably calm down and we will speak with less noise. As you know, as progressive forces, we have been able to push the housing issue at the forefront of local, national, and now European action. Now we are bound to have some, I would say, responsibility. But perhaps let me directly ask colleagues to plug in the video of the member of the European Parliament, Irene Tinagli. She has been the chair of the Economic Committee at the European Parliament, but now she's the chair of the freshly created Housing Committee. So even the European Parliament, not a lot of competences, but a clear priority. Irene Tinagli first as a sort of scene setting, and then we go to the leader of housing policy in this country, Tomasz Lewandowski.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this event, and apologies for not being able to be there with you, but I just would like to send you a little contribution on what are we doing in the European Parliament concerning the emergency, the housing crisis. So, as you know, we have created a new committee, a special committee on housing. And the idea of this committee is to be able to analyze, understand the problem all across Europe, because as of now, we still don't have a clear picture of everything that is happening in the different member states. We have aggregate data, we have some statistics, we have some experiences of citizens that are telling us they cannot afford anymore, not only to buy, but even to rent apartments and houses in certain areas and certain cities. But we need to understand more first. So we need a more homogeneous data, we need to collect experiences, we need to understand the root causes of these problems, because of course behind the numbers there might be very different situations, very different problems that need to be understood. And then we need also to explore possible solutions to see what it's been done in certain places that has worked, that could work in other places as well. And finally, we have to identify what pieces of the solution can be delivered, can be provided for by the European Union. So in terms of, first of all, of course, financing, financial instruments, providing funds or guarantees or supporting the crowding of private investments with the specific financial instruments, involving all the stakeholders, not only banks, like European Bank for Investments, for example. So this is part of the possible solutions on which we will be working, so providing ideas on how to leverage existing and future European funds, but also trying to understand if there is something that we could or should do also in terms of regulation, because it's possible that certain aspects of the market are not working properly, and there might be the need to intervene, whether it is, I don't know, intervening, we will discuss, for example, if changing a little bit or making more flexibility in the state aid rules could provide better tools for governments and administrators, or, for example, internal market. So there are many different avenues of possible solutions. So the purpose of the committee is to explore them along with analyzing the problems. So we are at the very beginning, so any inputs is welcome, and so I hope that I'm sure that today you will provide interesting debate and possible inputs to this conversation.
So, as you've heard, we have a mandate to provide input for the European Parliament on this, and I'm extremely happy to have with us also Marit May, the head of delegation of the PDVDA to the S&D group. But first and foremost, let's invite on stage and on the podium Thomas Lewandowski, Deputy Minister for Economic Development and Technology here in Poland. Dear Tomasz, I think we are in this magnificent location in which we can directly monitor the development of the housing sector in Poland. It is challenging. I know that you are already setting a new course of action. So basically from us, we have to learn inputs on the good things that have been done here in Poland, but also how you see the integration between the difficult nuts to crack, making the difference at the local, national, at European level in a coordinated fashion. You have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you for this introduction. I would like to thank organizers. Thank you for giving us the space to share with you our experience, our reflections and thoughts about the situation right now and the situation where we want to be in 20 or 50 years, because this is the kind of a time perspective we've been talking about. Now, I was very happy to hear what Irene said, namely that the starting point to create programs and to assign various tools is the right situation diagnosis. And it will vary depending on the member state. And based on this particular diagnosis, we will be developing the right tools, financial tools and subsidies and organizational tools, which will allow us to improve the situation in terms of housing. So what I will try to do very briefly is to talk about this diagnosis, about where we are right now in Poland, and about the target group of our programs. I also want to mention how we want to improve the access to housing in Poland and what tools we want to use. So the situation is drastically different to the ones we had 25, 30 years ago. And basically you can see that in all EU member states. Now, when we discuss housing, we do not exclusively discuss homelessness, or at least it's not our main focus. And we do not link housing to social security. Given this drastic rise in the price of housing and monthly fees of having an apartment. Well, we've been wondering and talking about this target group. So this diagnosis at various levels is very important for one simple reason. Well, you cannot have a good housing program from the level of the country for all the regions. It will not be effective if you do it that way. And I'm happy to hear from you about that, from our panelists. But I believe this is something that we can agree on. And if yes, then it seems clear that you also cannot have one solution for all the regions. And the reason for that is that the starting point is different, and conferences like this one are a perfect opportunity to talk also during breaks, as we had this discussion with the panelists today. For example, in Austria, this public quasi-housing resources are as high as 50%, and in Poland, it's 5%. So these are completely different priorities, different tools that can be applied to increase access. And also from the perspective of preparing European programs. In order for these programs to be effective, you have to bear that in mind. Now, in Poland, a vast majority of housing needs are met not through public housing, but private housing. No, most of these apartments are in a bad technical state, so you rather own an apartment. You do not rent it from the state. This causes a lot of problems. For example, in terms of flexibility. So older people have big apartments because this is what they had needed for a family of 5 or 6 people. And now in this big apartment, you have an elderly couple or even one person, and it's a huge problem. Firstly, because of the costs of living, you have a lot of fees for such a big apartment. But there is another reason for it, is that these are usually old apartments. And you have to pay a lot of fees, but also utilities. It costs you a lot to heat, to have to pay for the electrical energy. So in Poland, what we want to do first and foremost is to broaden this offer of public housing. The kind that will be stable, so that when you enter the housing market, you know you can live in this public apartment as long as you want to, even until the end of your life, that you have this stability. If you change your life plans, if you want to move to a different city, for example, to pursue their careers, they will be able to do. They will not be bound by having a mortgage or their own apartment in the specific cities. This is very important also for economic development and for life as such. Now, I asked one question in the beginning, and I hope our speakers will also mention that. Who will these programs be dedicated to? And 35% of all Polish families are in the so-called gap, which means they earn too much to qualify for public aid that is offered by local governments. They are a little bit too rich for that. Yes, they are too rich for that, but they are too poor for the private market. So they are too poor to get a mortgage, for example, for an apartment, but also they are too poor to rent, because if you have to spend 50% of your disposable income on renting your own place, well, if you are a young family, you cannot travel, or you do not have money for any cultural activities. It simply deprives you to some extent of this joy of life. And in this situation, it's doubtful whether they would be willing to have children, whether they would be willing to pursue any kind of activities. So it is my conviction is that we should address the needs of these people who are in this gap. Of course, we need to support this public housing, but there are over 4 million Polish families in Poland who can not afford it to function normally. How can we do that? Firstly, public renting, and then you can involve a number of public entities. And we're very happy that we have many cooperatives, over 3,600 such cooperatives, over 300 communal companies that are dedicated to social housing. And they offer help to these people who are in this gap, in this limbo. And what we lack are consistent programs, multi-annual programs of building constructing public housing. This is what we've been trying to do, and we've been successful to some extent because thanks to the left being in the Polish government, we will spend this year for social housing 2.5 billion housing and around 5 billion in total for housing as such. And this is the kind of an amount that we are not ashamed of. So constructing and building new apartments is one thing. And of course, it's quite spectacular if you have new blocks of apartments that are made available. But also, it's about using what we already have, both in the public and private sphere. So the left has been trying to build certain IT systems in order to get knowledge about these empty buildings that we have. Because in order to pursue this wise and consistent housing policy, you need to have this knowledge. Is it better in this particular region or city to build new houses or apartments, or to renovate the old ones and to pay, for example, part of the monthly rent, just to use the resources that we have? And we've also been trying to expand the agencies at the local level, social renting agencies. They are somewhere in between the public actor and the private entity, so they can take on this intermediary role. Thanks to using these agencies, you can get the monthly rent that will be lower than on the private market. So we need to have some synergy between these programs that have been announced by the European Commission. And you need that money to building new apartments, but also to use the existing ones, and also to supplementing this rental fee. And one more thing that I would like to raise: to what extent, well, at the level of the European Commission, maybe we could reflect on social housing being excluded from this state aid regime, because these entities that I have just mentioned active in the social housing, if these entities, if they want to apply for any grant from the local government, or if they want to get any real estate from the local government, they are treated like businesses, like enterprises which sell on the private market and which can potentially, tilt the balance on the private market. So there are many restrictions and many obligations in terms of conveying information, for example, the same ones that apply to the state aid. This makes the system very inflexible. And consequently, these entities or cooperatives that manage the whole area, they are not effective in terms of organization, economics, etc. So I believe that between the European Commission and the national authorities, this should also be a topic to discuss, and this will definitely improve the situation in terms of housing. And now, at the very end, I also would like to hear from you what you think about that. That goes for Poland, but also for other guests. Well, I would be very much interested to hear about the discussion on how we can, what is your experience maybe, what are your thoughts, how can we convince the society to this belief that ownership is not sacred, that if you own something, you have certain obligations, that the state, if you pursue this wise, progressive housing policy, you can, they can limit this right. They can impose taxes. If you have this idea that you don't want to rent an apartment, you keep it empty. Well, this is a question that we as a society as a whole need to answer in order to improve the accessibility of housing. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Deputy Minister. It was a fascinating plan, and thanks also for bringing some input, clear and concrete, on what we can tell the European Commission and our colleagues in Brussels to keep the fight for an impactful and meaningful European plan on housing that delivers value at the local, at the national level. But this is the moment in which maybe we attempt to give some partial responses to your question as well. Thanks for you for ending your speech into a question for us. We try to respond collectively, and this is why collectively we will have this discussion with representatives from different places in Europe. I'm very glad to have such a fantastic panel, and I will need your help, of all of you, to clap your hands for each one of them, starting from State Secretary Michaela Schmidt, representative from the freshly elected government of Austria. So she has a member of the SPO Presidium. When we invited her, she was a member of the parliament. And now, thanks to successful negotiation, we are very happy to have you here as State Secretary for Housing, Art, Culture, and Media and Sport. Thanks a lot for bringing the Austrian experience. I'm also happy to invite on stage Krzysztof Kukucki, the president of Włocławek. Thank you. Please join us. Then we have with us Grzegorz Petruszuk, Mayor of Bielany. Thank you, Gregor. Among other things, also you can. It's our somehow pride to have you as Person of the Year, Progressive Figure of the Year in 2023 for what you have done. Outstanding contribution on putting into practice the value of welcoming and solidarity vis-à-vis the Hungarian refugees. Thanks for that. Very happy to have here Marit May, MEP and chair of the Dutch delegation to the S&D group. And last but not least is proximity, my geographical proximity. I'm Italian, and I invite on stage my counterpart on the other side of the Mediterranean, Mar Jiménez Carreté, that for the city of Barcelona, she's the Commissioner for European Affairs, and she's leading a big campaign, mayor campaign for housing. So, as you see, we have a lot of different countries represented, because this issue, someone on the right wing said, is not a European issue. Europe should not say anything on this because there are little competences, but it's a fundamental European issue because housing is a problem everywhere. And if it is a problem everywhere, it is a problem for the progressive family. It's a problem we have to solve. So, Michael, I give the floor to you directly with microphone number 6 for your first introduction.
Yeah, thank you. It's truly a pleasure to be here in my new capacity as State Secretary of Vice Chancellor Andreas Babler. And yeah, as you already know, we managed to form a coalition with the Austrian People's Party and the Liberal Party, and thus avoiding a government led by a far-right Chancellor, Herbert Kickl, and most importantly, forming a government with a strong social democratic signature. And I'm also happy to speak on the subject of affordable housing, because it has, in Austria, historically been an important part of our policy, but also because measures on affordable housing and rent control were top priorities in the coalition negotiations for the newly formed government. And we all know that during the inflation crisis, housing cost burden on households has increased significantly in many European countries, also in Austria, in recent years. And it has a major impact of the quality of life of our citizens. Affordable housing is in short supply, especially in the growing cities and regions. And the developments have brought housing policy back on the center of public debate, also in Austria, in the last years. And I think it's not just a question of whether governments should intervene, but also which instruments are best used to influence the housing market. For example, the provision of social housing, like we have in Vienna, the regulation of rents, like we did in the last days, or the promotion of home ownership, which is also an instrument we used in Austria in a lot of regions. And I think as Social Democrats, we have the need to find the right mix of instruments to provide affordable and good quality housing. And to illustrate these points, I would like to talk about the Austrian experience. In Austria, the average price of a new apartment is about 5,000 euro per square meter. In Italy, it's 2,000. In France, I think it's 4,500. So Austria comes out of top when it comes to the average price of buying a new home. But these are only average prices. So, and if you break the features down, you will see that although other countries have lower average prices, the difference between rural and urban areas are huge. And it's not the case in Austria. So newly financed flats in some major European cities cost considerably more than in Vienna. We have in Vienna, you pay about 6,000 euro per square meter, and it's about 7,000 in Barcelona, it's 8,000 in Amsterdam, and it's 10,000 in Munich, so it's double the price we have in Vienna. But looking at Vienna, our capital is a city of tenants. About 80% of all people in Vienna are renters. So the city has a strong tradition, more than 100 years, of social housing, dating back to the early days of the First Republic, and the tradition was maintained over the last 100 years. And as a result, almost 2/3 of the city population lives in social housing or in apartments owned by housing cooperatives, which are also subsidized by the city. We have the same situation a bit less in cities like Linz or Graz, where more than half of the people live in social housing. So I think that's one answer to the question you raised. In Austria, sozusagen, social housing goes in the middle class, and it's not just something for the low-income class. So I think you need to earn more than 6,000 euros to not contribute to the social housing program. And we also have in Vienna in Austria, a rent-regulated sector, mostly older buildings, so buildings that are older that are built before 1980. And that ensures affordable housing, of course, but I think it's also an important tool to avoid gentrification and the creation of marginalized areas. So we have achieved a good social mix in the whole city. And these systems keep average rents down to 10 euros per square meter. In Linz, it's about 11 euros. In Salzburg, it's a bit more, but still, it's not comparable to cities like London or Paris, where you have an average of 33 or 35 euros. So it's more than 3 times higher than in Vienna. However, in Austria, the situation as a whole was worse in the inflation crisis, as rents have risen by up to 25% in the last 4 years, contributing significantly to the inflation spiral we have in the last years. And for this reason, we had this priority of housing and rents in the negotiation for the new federal government. And on the 3rd day of the new government, the Council of Ministers took the first important decision on this matter, and we have introduced a rent freeze for 2025, which will save tenants about 140 million euros a year. As rents would have risen in April by, I think, 3 or 4%. And of course, the rent freeze makes life more affordable. And we will continue to freeze the rents in 2026, where rents will be allowed to increase by just 1% and 2% in the year 2027. And after that, we have a rent freeze 3% and half the inflation if it's higher than 3%. So we try to fix this problem with the inflation spiral we had in the last 3 years. To counter the trend in housing, we have a package of measures to support the construction sector in the next years. We have the goal to harmonize tenancy law that has been a problem in Austria since 20 years, and to improve legal certainty for tenants and landlords. And it is also agreed, that was the idea of the People Party, that we provide young people and families with financing options for the purchase of property. So that's also a goal. And generally to make the purchase of property easier and more efficient. We have a lot of other plans in the pipeline, but I think there's not enough time to go into detail. But I think there's one message I would like to give you as a final remark. Leaving the housing market to the private sector, I think, is not an effective strategy. And I think a good supply of a quality of housing is only possible with a long-term housing policy. It's nothing you can achieve in a short-term idea of 1 or 2 years. And I think all studies show this clear in black and white. And I think cities in Austria and Europe should develop a really good housing policy for the next 10, 20 years. And we are all called upon here to continue to do everything in our power to improve the situation for our citizens. Thank you very much.
In the spirit of keeping our interpreters entertained, let's switch and go with perhaps on the other side of the panel to President Kukucki. We have heard quite a big message on the role of the state and the public sector and civil society as well as social economy into housing. Vis-à-vis the private sector profit-based approach. So maybe your point on this, and if you can as well in the negotiation, in the political talks, if you can also expand maybe on who are our adversaries here. So what are the difficulties politically in advancing a housing, a meaningful housing? What are the arguments? Who is actually running against us?
Deweloperzy I banki.
It's the construction sector and the banks. That's the adversary. That's who is in our way. Or maybe let me start on a different note. Poland is vastly different from Austria. It's quite different in many ways. Over the last 30 years, just over the last 30 years, we have been living in a country which there's a sort of dogma around this fairy tale being sold to people, telling them if you want safe housing, if you want housing safety, you need to go and buy a flat or a house on the private market. You need to pay a construction company. And if you don't have enough money, and most people don't have enough in cash to simply go and buy a flat, then you need to visit a bank, and of course the bank will give you a loan. In the end, you will pay twice as much for the flat because the loan itself costs the same as the flat. And that has been going on for the last 30 years in Poland. Very rarely were there any programs that were supposed to help people purchase, again, flats from construction companies. It was mostly banks who benefited from these programs. So if we're looking for an adversary today, an obstacle, it's certainly those entities that can lose out should any changes be introduced. In the most recent campaign in the run-up to the previous elections, there was just one community, the left, that had a different message than all the other parties. All the other parties, except for the left, were essentially trying to go for safe loans, 1.5%, 1%, 0%. The whole idea was for developers, for construction companies and banks to benefit. And that needs to be emphasized. The experience of the previous government, which introduced so-called safe loans, 2%, showed that housing became less accessible, in fact, to Poles. Housing prices simply exploded. They went up hugely, although that's not to be compared to a city like Vienna, obviously, at least where I live. But comparing the last 5 years, 10 years don't even qualify for a comparison. There have been gigantic shifts. And as a result, like Minister Lewandowski said, 35, even up to 40% of Polish families find themselves within a rental gap. Most of these families simply don't have a flat. And if they do, often the flat is not really suited to their needs. It's too small. Polish families have no way of changing this. But these opportunities are slowly appearing, and it's thanks to Minister Lewandowski. That needs to be emphasized. Last week, the Polish government gave its approval to a law that is supposed to change the situation in Poland. And that is very good news. In fact, it's so good if, like before the elections, aside from the left, of course, everybody was trying to help banks and developers. After this draft law gained the approval of the government, everybody wanted to take credit for this law, even though we had already given all those ideas prior to the parliamentary elections. So what will these changes be about? Essentially, we will be supporting local governments in building houses and flats to be rented cheaply, like you mentioned in Vienna. We want to have this all over the country. So for 30 years, local governments shied away from housing and housing policy. But right now, they are increasingly becoming aware that it's a very good way of implementing more policies, other policies. And I think this is very important. One important point, Europe is dying. Demographically, we're really dropping at a high speed. And of course, there's a formula to reverse this or to alleviate this problem, but we often trivialize it. In Poland in 2023, 111,000 citizens less were born than died. Last year, the gap was 150,000. So fewer babies born versus people dying. Moreover, 60% of young Poles of both sexes state that their main difficulty in making a decision to have a child is not having housing safety. So we need to be aware of demographics, of housing policy, of healthcare. We need to approach these areas as sort of mutually joined parts. Last year, I had the pleasure of taking part in a meeting in Liège where 20-something ministers responsible for housing met and talked about what to do at the EU level to make housing policy a priority, a main, one of the major topics in public debates. And there was vast agreement there that it's important. And just as we were able to build roads and highways across the EU, and right now we're transforming our railway lines, at least in Poland we are, but I think this is happening all over Europe as well. In the same fashion, we can start implementing programs to help people have accessible housing. Because your typical Kowalski or Smith or, you know, your typical European family doesn't have to own the place where they live. This need for ownership is artificial. It was created, fueled by banks and by construction companies. So, and I see this in Włocławek.
Under the previous mandate, we bought 1,500 apartments, and we really pushed the liberals to do that with us. And they were saying, come on, don't worry, no one will be willing to do that. Okay, we'll do that for you because it's impossible to govern with you, but it will not work. That's what they said. In the end, we finished the first stage, second, third, a few thousand apartments in a city like Włocławek, you know. So just to give you the picture, in 5 years in Poland, we should have 10,000 and what you had in Warsaw was 1,000, okay? It's not just to blame anyone. It's just to show you the scale of this investment in public housing in Włocławek. I know I'm running out of time, so I just want to say that I know we need this policy at the state levels because some funds need to be guaranteed. And local governments are really, really willing to start building houses. We have this fund in Poland. Before Lewandowski's reform, there was this ceiling of 1 billion annually. But Polish local governments submitted applications for the amount that was a few times higher, which shows that local governors, well, their mindset has changed significantly because they want to build this public housing for cheap rents for their citizens. Thank you.
President Kukucki, and thanks a lot for actually underlying the social and security value of housing in the face of family planning and general security of our people. Let me bring to the conversation the Netherlands and Spain, maybe with the same question to MEP Mai and to Commissioner Jiménez Carrete. Maybe we can start with you, MEP. Of course, both of you can respond on the different suggestions that we have heard. But I have a very easy question as well to address, to try to borrow your mind. We have been able to push housing at the top of the agenda locally, nationally, and at the European Union level. From our viewpoint at FEPS, now we have somehow 3 things to do. One, as the panel that we see here, we have to deliver. Secondly, we have to coordinate the local, the national, and the European way. And third, we have to transform this in real electoral support. Not only doing, but showcasing and getting people behind us, maybe more than we have been able to do in the recent past. The question is easy, how to do that?
Thank you for the very easy question. Thank you for the invitation. I think the answer is maybe, as you also know, not so simple. I look around here and I see the beautiful city of Warsaw and also all the buildings that are taking place here. But I also, when I was sitting here and listening to the first panel, I think there is such a big link between what was said in the first panel and what we are talking about right now. In the first panel, we were talking about national and European security, about international solidarity from the European perspective, from our constituents. And this solidarity can only take place if people have a feeling that their government is also there for them. And the top one worry that people in the Netherlands have right now is housing. And if constituents, if voters in the Netherlands, I think also in other countries, do not have a feeling that their government is delivering for them, their government is delivering for them for their housing, as the previous speaker said, younger people that want to maybe live on themselves, have a family, but feel that this is being distorted because the housing is not available, then the international solidarity is also difficult to come by. So I think we have to make that link and make sure that we also bring this there for our young people and for all the people in our society. Because we see that many people, I think 10 to 15% of the people pay more than 40% of their monthly income on housing, and this is rent or the interest on mortgage. Whereas actually we say in the Netherlands that it should be a maximum of 30%. So many more pay more than a maximum of 30%, and that's everyone. You know, it's your neighbor, it's maybe your child, it's someone you meet in the supermarket. Many people have this very big burden, and I think if we want to make sure that we take away this burden, we have to look at the problems in the housing market. And some of them have been mentioned by Vice Minister Schmid. Also, Deputy Minister Lewandowski had a very, I think, good introduction on some of those problems that we see. The main problem that we, from the European perspective, of course, have to look at is what can we do within the European Union. And we often approach the European Union as a market. So we also approach the housing problem as a market. And I think here is one of the main elements of the problem. It's the financialization of the housing market. The real estate companies are making lots of money, are making lots of, the way that they come into the housing market is not a social way, it's a way to make profit. It's a profit-making machine for them. And we also see, of course, there is this other problem, but I think Mar will talk about it more, about short-term rentals in the housing market. So if we look at what we can do from the European perspective, one of the problems that you addressed, Minister Lewandowski, was the state aid and the rules for state aid. This is something that is also an issue in the Netherlands when we start looking at building social housing. How can we do this? I think the second issue that is really very important is counteract on this financialization. Housing is too much of a market, and the housing stock is being sold to the highest bidder. It's being sold to the highest bidder outside of the Netherlands, outside of the European Union. Some individuals in the city of Amsterdam own more than 500 houses by themselves. And these are individuals that's earning money. But what is behind it? This is also difficult. I think we need more transparency. Behind it are big investors from outside of the European Union that are using our market to earn money. So I think we need more transparency on that to make sure that we know who this final owner is and what the financial agreement is. But we also need more transparency on our rental agreements. so that the individual who signs the rent knows where this comes from and knows how the price is defined. How did you have, I think in Austria, this was a very good example, have a very good breakdown on what the increase of rent, for example, can be. In some of our countries in the European Union, we don't have that. And an owner can easily just put another 10 or 15% on the rent. We need to have more transparency on those rental agreements as well. And I think we need to have, maybe we started doing this in the Netherlands, to have a commission that works on rental disputes. So if there's a dispute between the owner and the person that rents the house, how can we make sure that this person also has the right, because if the owner has this big company behind him or her, that the right of the tenant is being respected. And I think finally one of the issues that we have to do, and we can try and do this also in the European Union, because it's something that is there in many of our countries and in many of our cities, is this abusive short-term rental, where people buy an apartment not to live in it, but to use it for, actually as a hotel for tourism. So that's also something that it destroys the cohesion in the city. In some cities, in the city of Amsterdam, 1 in 9 apartments is owned by someone who wants to use it for short-term rental. I think we have comparable cities in Europe where this is happening. And this breaks down also our social cohesion. I think your words sounded so good, Vice Minister Schmid, when you said, when we want to find a solution for the housing market, we should not leave it to the private sector. Because the private sector is in it for their profit, often for the short-term profit. And we are in it because we want people to have a house, because let's not forget it, we haven't mentioned it yet, but housing and having a house, a roof over your head, is a human right. So let's make sure that not only these almost 1 million people in Europe that do not have a home, that are homeless, get a home, but also all those other people that are looking for a home with low or middle income insecurities, get this roof over their head. Thank you very much.
Working? Yeah. I would like to start thanking the organizers, FEPS, Everstiftung, Amicae Europe, Amicus Europae, for organizing this panel, because it has mentioned very little the social unrest till now. We are mentioning it here with this panel, but actually when we are discussing about security, if we have social unrest in our neighborhoods, and if we have people fed up of politicians or institutions, then we have a big threat. So it surprised me when we focus only, and I wouldn't say it because I'm Spanish, because I'm pretty aware of what's happening here, and I think I pretty understand what the threat from Russia and the neglect, the indifference, let's say, of Trump means for Poland and for Polish people. I totally understand that you are scared. I would be scared as well. But at the same time, I understand that in our cities and towns, we have a big problem that it's undermining democracy and also the European project. Because a lot of people, it's feeling that the institutions or the European problem, it's not working for them. It doesn't bring solutions to them. So this is why we need to consider the social unrest and the housing problem when talking about prosperity and a secure Europe. Because, you know, we have reacted very fast from Trump decisions, the Putin, and so on. We have a huge plan to defend Europe, which is called REARM, not Defense Europe or Sovereign Europe or whatever. But the housing plan won't be announced till the beginning of 2026, okay? So in our cities, we have a lot of citizens not able to rent a flat because there's a market failure, but we will delay and wait because I understand that the European Union hasn't tackled this issue previously, till 2026 to address this. This is why from 15 cities of Europe, we have built up a coalition, an initiative, we call it Mayors for Housing. It started with discussions with the mayor of Barcelona, Rome, Bologna, and now we have 15 cities that had a meeting 3 weeks ago in Brussels with the Vice President of the Commission and also Teresa Rivera and also the Commissioner of Housing, because we understand this matters to our citizens and it's an urgent matter. So what we are doing is bringing to the Commission several solutions and proposals. In May, we will present these mayors an action plan with proposals because, you know, if 40% of income of our citizens is devoted to housing, this is also an economic problem because there is less liquidity to make the economy grow and work. And it's also affecting our basic services. Key workers are not able to live in our cities or to work in our cities. You know, Leta mentioned the right to stay. What is this in our Europe? And what we ask, let me say, in this coalition we have Warsaw, Budapest. Now Zagreb also join us. And one of the things that we are asking is to apply the exemption clause, the escape clause, the same way that will be applied to defense to housing. When we were discussing this, I asked my team to call Warsaw and the mayor of Warsaw. This is a coalition of different mayors, different parties across Europe: Amsterdam, Barcelona, Budapest, Rome, Bologna, Athens, 15 cities. I wanted to check if the mayor of Warsaw was comfortable with this, because I understand the reality. It's pretty different in the other part of the Pyrenees. And he agreed to include this demand to apply the escape clause to housing as it will be done to defense. It's one of the demands that we have. We also will present proposal programs, subsidies, loans, a regulation that gives stability to tenants, and also will ask for a fast-track funds directly for cities. I just will go very briefly what we have done in Barcelona. Obviously, Vienna is a unique example. Most cities in Europe, we have to struggle with this. What have we done? We have applied the price caps in our rentals. We have declared a tension zone, Barcelona and other cities. It means that the social function of housing is not respected. So we are putting these price caps. And I must say, in the last year, the prices have fallen 6.4%, which is good. It's a starting point, but it's not enough. We have announced as well that in 2028, there won't be any Airbnb apartment in Barcelona. 0. Why? Because Catalan law that was brought to the court by the EPP allows us, turns the Airbnb short-term rentals into economic activity in which you are giving economic license to the ones that are holding this economic activity. These economic licenses will have to be renewed in 2028, and our decision is to renew 0 licenses. So, just in 1 second, let's say, 10,000 units will be back to the market, will be back to the social function of housing. Just to have the numbers in mind, every year we build from the public sector, we aim to build 1,000 units, which means 10 years of building apartments, units of housing in Barcelona. What we are doing is, to sum up, it's to trying to guarantee with all our tools the social function of housing. And to end up, I don't want to extend a lot, for me it's very important, the narrative, I mentioned it yesterday, because we have to understand that this security is a complex issue, but we might have to make it in simple messages. And if these simple messages, we are only talking about arms, we are lost. It's not our frame. The right is stronger here. The far right is stronger here. And if we don't tackle the social unrest, the far right will win, and also Russia, because Russia is using the social unrest to feed the far right and to go against the European project. So we have to talk to our citizens. tell them that their problems matter to us, and these problems are the external threat, obviously, but also the internal threat that we have. If we understand that the cost of life increases, it's as important as is the external threat, I think we have a lot to say and a lot to win in our streets and with our fellow citizens. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Commissioner Jimenez Carrete. Now it's my pleasure to give the floor to Mayor Pietruchuk. From you, of course, as well, maybe a comment on the multi-level governance. So from the struggle at the municipality level in dealing with European funds, national laws, and international problems. And maybe also, I think you are very well placed to give your input on how to reconcile this approach to security that has to be both external and internal.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. So this is a very complex problem indeed. And our Polish reality differs from the reality in Western countries. You can see that on the example of what Minister Lewandowski said or Mayor Kukucki. So private investors and developers, they got all the private initiative 25 years ago. They have conquered the housing market. And it's the most profitable part of the Polish business. One of the previous speakers has mentioned that prices differ, that it's 5,000 euros per square meter in Vienna. Well, it's the same in my district, in Bielany, but we don't earn as much as citizens in Vienna. But it shows you how much you can earn on the housing market and how easy it is to get into the citizens' money. And Mr. Kukucki has said that it's mainly banks that earn on that. And this has very serious consequences for the whole of the country, because we've been facing what many politicians fail to notice, this demographic collapse, because we have 1.1 children a child per couple, so no replacement of generations, and it's very close to 1, so it's the worst case scenario for economic and social reasons.
Polska.
Because there are fewer and fewer Poles. And so right now, for instance, my neighborhood, my district, which has 150,000 residents in Warsaw, I have almost 50,000 seniors and only a dozen or so thousand children. It's becoming a very visible problem in the kindergartens, in the preschool care facilities. We used to have a couple of thousand. We currently have 1,000. Next year, we're bringing it down to, it's going to be 750. The preschool facilities are becoming empty, and we see this all across the country to different degrees. And the lack of affordable housing is one of the reasons why Poles don't want to have children. If we don't have children, the whole system of education will need to undergo a huge reform, because we won't need so many teachers, because there will be nobody to teach. And this all has economic consequences down the road. And Mr. Kukucki, Mr. Lewandowski, what they did, thanks to what they did for the first time in the last 20 years, we have a law that will give Poles affordable housing. If a young Pole is to pay 1 million zlotys for a 50-meter apartment in Warsaw, and then, do all the work inside as well, they will have to be repaying this loan for the next 40 years. They'll pay twice as much as what the apartment cost. Nobody will be able to get a loan if you're earning an average salary. And secondly, it's like a modern type of slavery, economic slavery. Because this person won't be able to make any radical changes to their lives, even in the professional arena, because at the back of their heads, they'll always be thinking, I need to pay my next monthly installment for the loan. And much of that installment will be interest. So it is a very smart but catastrophic way of stripping young Poles, taking away their opportunities. Looking at how Warsaw is changing, let me give you the example of the Śródmieście district. This is the center of town. Over the last 5 years, it lost 37,000 residents. It dropped below 100,000 residents, where several kindergartens have needed to wind down their operations. So say they have 30 or 40 children now, the facility had been built for 150 or 200. Those kindergartens will gradually be shut down because there are no children. And the flats in that district are mostly being rented out on a short-term basis through things like Airbnb to tourists. And here the Revenue Office recently announced that they will go and make sure how many flats operate like this in the center of Warsaw. Many flats are purchased by funds, and it's like these funds, these companies that rent the flats rather than private individuals, and that also takes away revenue from the state. So the flats are being bought out. Whereas Warsaw has 100,000 flats at its disposal, and we're not able to provide those to those in need. I have 6,000 flats, social flats in Bielany, and we're able to put 400 families in those flats per year. But we need the district to grow. We need more people to live there because we're losing residents.
I would have myself plenty of questions, but I think it would be fair to try to give you the option of ask questions, given that you have been listening for over 1 hour. I have a mic as well. We can pass it in case you have some burning question. Otherwise, I go with mine. But if you have something to raise, I think we can take up to 3 top.
Okay, my question is related to the private sector. Recently,
number of the mic? Number 6.
My question is related to the private sector. Recently, the UK has seen a sharp increase in American companies, trillion-dollar companies that have been buying a big share of living houses, like houses for living, usually used by poorer people. How can we make sure that this doesn't set a precedent for the rest of the European Union and Europe in general?
Thank you. Do we have another one? There's one. And then I have add one of mine, and then we go to you. 2 minutes each, max. So start planning on 2 minutes max.
Dzień dobry. Chciałbym zadać.
I have a question regarding short-term rentals. How can Europe and Poland deal with this? Because we keep hearing about this topic giving rise to very heated debates, like in Barcelona. And Polish city centers, where cities like Krakow, there are buildings in the center of Krakow where nobody lives on a permanent basis anymore because 100% of the flats are in Airbnb or on Booking.com. So what sort of legal solutions could be introduced on the European level or on the national level? Also, how do we revitalize city centers, like in Krakow and Florence and other cities across Europe? How do we restore these city centers to regular residents? Can we do this? Is it up to us? Or maybe what sort of effect would it have on the city's economy? Or maybe we should reconcile ourselves to the fact that city centers should only be for services and tourism rather than for regular residents. What sort of strategy should we adopt?
To the mix, a point on still housing, but at the same time, it's a social investment. In the vast majority of the study we see now on the EU spending, we feature clearly the need to address students, student dorms, and retirement homes. So for the elderly and the students, do we have something specific to say, some additional measures? Because there's not only the market and social housing, perhaps we need some additional tools. Floor to you.
Okay, maybe just begin from an economical point of view. You have to consider that the demand for housing is quite inelastic. And the older people get, the more inelastic it is. So there's just no way that you need to control the house prices via the supply side of the market, or you have to do price caps. I think there is no other possibility in the bigger picture. So that's the picture. Then there is the question how to make it, and I think there's a lot of different methods you can use. I think the most effective way is to have a huge share of public housing, because that will drive all prices down. The price for newly financed, the price for ownership, everything is going down if you have a huge share of public housing. But if you don't have it, you need to make other methods in the short run. But I think the long-term goal must be this highly share of public housing. In the short term, we have we have strict rules in Austria concerning empty flats or concerning short-term rents. It's just not allowed. So if you buy something in the center or in the cities, you have to live in this flat for yourself. It's just not allowed to not live in it or to sell it for tourism. It's not that easy on a legal way, but that's the main goal, and I think we made it in Vienna, we made it in Salzburg, we made it in Graz, so I think there are ways to do it. And I think you need a tax on empty flats. So we don't do it on the federal level, because it makes no sense to tax an empty flat in a region where no one wants to live. But you have to give the local communities in the city the possibility to tax the empty flats in the cities. It's too low, so we have you need to know it's not. I would like to have a higher tax, but at least we have this tax possibility. It depends on the majors of the cities to set the tax.
Yes, thank you, and very good questions. I think Europe is not just there for legislation. One of the things, of course, we can do with legislation is make sure that these big investors are not investing in our homes. We just need to see how we organize that legislation. Second is, of course, that we can learn from each other. This is what we, within the Housing Committee in the European Parliament, also really want to do, and what our chair also said in the beginning, learn from the good examples of Vienna, of Austria, but also the good examples of Barcelona. And there's also this good example in my own hometown, The Hague, where exactly what you mentioned, Vice Minister Schmidt, has been proposed and has also been passed through the local government. If you buy a house, you have to live there. So it's no longer possible to buy a second house and not live there. It was a lot of problem, but in the end, it passed. And I think this is something that we have to look at, because it also brings in your other groups, David. Of course, we need to work for students and young people, and also for the elderly. But there's many people who are no longer students, who are 28, 30. On average, a European has his first individual home, either rent or buy, when they are 28. This used to be much lower, and if it pushes up and up, it also becomes the social problem and the security problem that we mentioned. So, for example, in the European Social Fund, in the cohesion funds that we have within the European Union, there's possibilities to support young workers, working poor, or maybe female-headed households that have it very difficult to sustain. And with this specific policies also from the European Union, we can make sure that this other group of people is also being targeted. Sorry for speaking too fast for the interpreters, but I thought in the because of time it would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for giving me the microphone, despite the fact it's so late already. My name is Andreas Stadler. I'm the Austrian ambassador, and I'm here in the first place to assist State Secretary Michaela Schmidt, who you have just heard, and proudly hear what we are doing in Austria about housing. But I think I would like to congratulate here the organizers of this conference for choosing this venue, because I think the genius loci of it shows that there can be responsible construction. It has been done by an Austrian company called Karimpol, who still manages this house. And the owner, who lives here very often, has told me, I have actually organized already several receptions here, that these last floors were not necessary anymore for him to make a profit with the rental of the house. So he wanted to create an event space with 60-meter high ceilings here and 36-meter high ceilings there. So I think in terms of architecture, it's also a very inspiring place, and this is what I wanted to hint to. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We continue with the max 2 minutes each reminder.
Króciutko, jeśli chodzi o
So very briefly, short-term rentals, as you know, we don't have legal solutions to cap it, to halt it right now. And it's a problem because city centers are dying out. People are moving out, like in Warsaw, Krakow, Gdańsk. These cities are currently facing a problem, like in Warsaw, for instance. We have a whole infrastructure. We have kindergartens, schools, medical facilities. All these places were built and are being maintained, but there are no residents. And this problem is going to grow from year to year. As for a related issue, young people who move to Warsaw, say to study, have a hard time renting a flat because the prices are very high, too high for them. And here, thankfully, the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, which is also headed by the left, they're going to be building dormitories next to universities, student residences. Those are very necessary. I have 3 universities in my district, and I would really like the students who live there in residence, I would like them to stay once they complete their studies, to stay there, to start a family, to spend their lives there. Right now, the problem is that very few of them will be able to afford a flat, or even their parents won't be able to afford a flat there, even if they take up a loan. That is an important problem that we need to grapple with, and I hope that the government, once this new law goes through, I hope the government continues this trend and will regulate and fix the Polish rental market that requires courage and strength.
About the different questions, for me, what it's key is to consider to go beyond the social housing concept, and now we have to talk about affordable housing. For me, this is key. It's different, you know. I know in Vienna, social housing, it's middle class, it's living in social housing, but with the angle from the whole European cities, we have to talk about affordable housing, and it includes youth, elderly. These students of 28, 30 years old that are not able to have a flat, an apartment. For me, this is key. About these buildings, apartments being bought by rich people. The Spanish government has announced that it will ban this kind of buy-ins, which I think it's very, very powerful, this signal. Just to remember, it's one of the only 3 governments with a prime minister in Europe, so it's important that we send these signals to our citizens. And I wouldn't say that we are resigned to, we accept to lose our city centers. I live in the city center, and I think that there are a wide range of regulations that we can implement. Capping prices, is it working? And it's not affecting the market. There are new contracts as well, but capping prices is, with these price caps, it's working to guarantee the social use of the function of housing. Regulations, like I mentioned with Airbnb, the EPP brought this law to the Constitutional Court, but the court said, beyond the private property, cities have a configuration that it's under threat with these short-term apartments and housing. It's to live in, not to make business with. So we have an opportunity with regulation, and also we have to build, create new units with being innovative. The public sector, communitarian alliances, communitarian and public initiatives, but also we have to build up a partnership with the private sector and just keep building and creating new units, or banning the short term and bringing new units to the market to fix this failure. But there are a lot of measures that can be implemented. So I would be optimistic. It will remain a fight with a lot of economic powers, a fight with big lobbies, Airbnb investing a lot of money in Brussels. But we need to persist and to fight for our citizens and for Europe at the end.
We are ready for the fight. President?
Okej, ja zacznę trochę przewrotnie z Grzegorzem.
And so I've known Grzegorz for a long time, but I will be very open about saying that I'm not that worried about flats being expensive in Warsaw, because people who come to study in Warsaw, well, there are bigger chances that they will come back and live in my town of Włocławek. So just on that note, I hope they will not leave and go abroad, let me put it that way. But on a more serious note, and I have to say that I fully agree with the previous speakers. Of course, there are mechanisms that function in Europe. They do work, and sometimes you do not have to reinvent the wheel. You can just copy the solutions that work in Barcelona, as we've heard, for example, in terms of short term. This is what has been is implemented. You just have to be consistent. Let me just, I do not want to escape these questions, but I want to get back to what Minister Lewan, to Prime Minister Gawkowski said, because it's our panel is part of a greater whole. So we've been talking about security in Europe, and Prime Minister mentioned this courage. And I would like to echo that, because I would like to say that I would like this left family not to only limit security to military solutions. We have to get back to our roots, we have to have a wider horizon, and we have to support these people who have work contracts. We have 15 million people in Poland like that, and it seems that they've been left to their own devices, these people who do not have permanent work contracts. We talk about big business, about small business, but we also have these people who have work contracts, and it is them, they are most interested in this accessible housing. It is them that are interested in free healthcare of good quality. What they want to have is to have this balance between private and professional life. And I think this is where the left community has a work to do, just to build this security and sense of security of an individual, not only in the military sense.
Thank you. So now it works like this. I have to ask you again one big favor. So when I give you the go, I need a 1 minute long round of applause. 1 minute long round of applause for two reasons. First reason is to thank our speaker, starting from Deputy Minister Lewandowski, State Secretary Smith, President Kuczewski, Mayor Pietryczuk, MEP Mai, and Commissioner Jimenez Carrete. That's the first reason for the round of applause. And then the other reason for the round of applause is to welcome on stage my colleague and dear friend, Dr. Ania Šripek, sorry, that is Director of Studies, Director of Research and Training at FEPS, and Dr. Ania is also the mastermind of the conference that is gathering here today, so she does deserve a big round of applause. Dr. Šripek.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, David. I have heard before that my family name might be a problem for you as well. But before we move on to this official part, I just want to say that I'm touched. I'm deeply touched, as I am as a citizen of Warsaw, of Poland, and of Europe. So I'm very touched that it was possible to organize this conference. I would like to thank all the speakers, but also I would like to thank you. Thank you for staying with us on this beautiful day. And now we'll have this grand finale, namely we'll have a conversation about the democracy and what can and should democratic forces do to strengthen democracy. Now, many of you have mentioned these beautiful views, and I hope it's not only a beautiful overlook over Warsaw about Warsaw's traditions and future, but it will remain also an inspiration for the future. But since we are in this very special place, let me just remind you that this is a place that connects the traditions of the district of Wola. It's about voting, it's about the industrial age, it's about social democracy understood as granting people rights and making it possible for them to make decisions about their own future. But we are also very close to the Daszyński Center, and he could serve as an inspiration. And the reason for that is that the state as such should be perceived as a social contract. And now I would like to invite the first speaker. And before I welcome him, I would like to ask my colleagues, the speakers, Krzysztof Śmiszek, chair of the Polish delegation in the European Parliament, former Deputy Minister of Justice, Karolina Zioło, Deputy Minister of Science and Higher Education, and Paulina Piechna-Więckiewicz, Ministry of Education. But she worked in the local government of Warsaw for a long time. And today she ran the marathon, a different one than our conference. Now I would like to give the floor to the Deputy Prime Minister, but before I give over to him. Now, we've heard that it should be about courage. When we talk about democracy, we rely on our concepts from the past, but the paradigm has shifted. So the forces that used to be skeptical towards democracy, now they say that progress brings many threats, and they want us to be nostalgic about the past. So, given that you are Deputy Prime Minister, but also Minister for Digitization, in the time of this digital capitalism, how can we deal with that so that this progress that we've been discussing today serves the people, serves democracy, so that it's not taken over by digital oligarchs, but to the contrary, so that it makes it possible for us to have this new kind of social communication? What can we do to abandon the space of individualism so that we can do things together? And now, Krzysztof Gawkowski, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Digitalization. Welcome on stage again. Dear friends, I'm very happy to meet with you again on this stage, and we've heard so many important words. It's a real inspiration, and this will not only be this part about Europe, it will be about society, because democracy is about society, and society is democracy. So, Anna, the question that you asked, the answer is very simple. Democracy is technological sovereignty. So, in the era of this technology that has caused a revolution, but given this technologization of our everyday life, as it's become part and parcel of our everyday lives, of our every minute of our lives, both at work and at home, we should think about this resilience, where it is most important. Because if you ask me to talk about democracy today in terms of social responsibility, I would be using this word, resilience. And this is what we need to teach the Polish society, European and global society. Because new technologies will be impacting human life in many ways. Firstly, it will give you the impression that the information is everywhere, but it will not teach you the ability to detect information, to recognize it. It will give us the impression that we know things, that there is social communication, because big social media, it seems that they bring people closer. It seems to us that we know what is going on, despite not having real life conversations. And finally, democracy had been built on independent choices that are made by human beings because they enter certain interaction with a group of people. Today, democratic choices are not an interaction between people. It's not because we see these people in real life, be it 50 or 100 people. It's because we follow thousands of people that we follow, or who inspire us, or who frighten us, but in the digital world. So I think that the biggest threat to democracy is lack of accountability for the development of the digital world. Because it did not happen today or yesterday. It was in 2016 during American elections. It seemed that the American democracy, the cradle of this democracy, it seemed it was impossible, but there was this Cambridge Analytica scandal, and it turned out that democracy can have a remote control, even if it has solid ground. Then the British referendum, which left the UK outside of the EU, and then all kinds of elections, right to the elections in Romania that were annulled right before the second round because there was external interference and because there was a lot of external illegal financing. And it was done by force, basically, because the whole electoral process had been cancelled. And this is the world in which we've been living. And also Polish citizens and European citizens, they need to be aware of the fact that democracy will create a different kind of accountability, responsibility for our future. Because democracy will be facing not only false information, but it will have to deal with the answer to the question of how to explain it to someone that everything that's been happening can have an impact on the decisions that they make. Now, the society has not faced such a challenge before. It has never been such a time and place and space where people wouldn't know what is true and what is untrue. Of course, there had been narratives in the past, and usually it was in authoritarian states, and it still does happen. But democracy knew how to defend itself. Today, however, democracy equals freedom of speech. Many people think that this is equal. Democracy means I can say whatever I want. I think this is the right place to say that this is not democracy. Well, freedom of speech is freedom of speech on the internet, but according to the rules that we establish in the real world. If in the real world we have this contract that you get punished if you tell lies, it should be the same in the online world. If we agree that you cannot hit anyone, be it by hand, using a tool, or kick anyone, then we have to say that we do not agree with hateful content online. If we agree that we have this press law that says you cannot lie in the press or in the media, then on the internet you have to agree that you cannot write just anything and say it's a freedom of speech. And this is the challenge for Europe and for Poland, because these are difficult questions that you need to find answers to. Equality on the internet and freedom of speech, they do not entail that you can do anything you want. No. And democracy will defend itself only when it knows how to answer to the challenges of the future. And we are now on the eve of this challenge. It's only coming, because we think we know what is behind all these algorithms and what you can find on big media platforms, and we think we know that it can impact our thinking. It's bad, of course. We have to fight that, but it's just the beginning. It's not even the end of the beginning. It's not even about us being able to tell what will happen in the future, because in the future there will be AI suggesting us things, and we have to realize that, because by expecting certain things from the devices in the online world, we will be exposed to this risk of not us human beings supervising the content. And this is the real risk in the digital world, because we need to develop these solutions in our important documents, including in the Constitution, just not to fall prey to this illusion that the internet is the freedom of speech. No, you need to put limits on what is on it. You cannot lie, you cannot introduce illegal content, you cannot finance anything illegally. And this is what you can do right now. In Romania, during the electoral campaign, one candidate on the Russian side, a few billion euros was spent just to promote his content. It did not happen in a country that we could say is outside of a democratic EU member state, far away from Poland. No, it was but 1,000 kilometers from Warsaw. It was in the capital of Romania. Now, this is the way we should think about the state, and it can save us. Freedom is indispensable to democracy, but if we go to the extreme, this might be the killing factor for the democracy. And this is the challenge for Poland and for Europe in the 21st century. We need to create new framework, democratic framework, in which when you rebuild or reinforce democracy, you do not have to be afraid of calling a lie, calling dishonesty dishonesty, and lack of justice. And both politicians, civic society organizations, and basically everyone need to feel responsible for that, because there are no winners or losers. It's about us respecting our choices and our choosing being made on the basis of real content. And this is, I believe, the beginning of this conversation about democracy, about the path forward, and about whether we can imagine that we resign from something in order to get something else. And these discussions, I've said at the very beginning, it should be a bold, courageous discussion in Europe, because we overlooked many years. And this is one of the reasons for which some of the real problems, such as the elections in the US, this is why it happened. And it's also part of us becoming responsible of how false narratives can have an impact on the real world, on these events that then impact our real world. So I hope that we are mature enough right now to talk about technological sovereignty, informational sovereignty. I hope we are mature enough right now to translate these discussions into actual legal acts and to shape this reality in a way in which we will not be afraid of our own shadow. Because in Europe, people tend to think that freedom is enough, and everyone just wants to, say that freedom is the most important thing. And if there is anyone saying that you can abuse freedom, then it leads to the collapse of democracy. I hope that Europe will not be a place where democracies collapse and people just have the impression that they live in a free world. Thank you.
Dziękujemy, panie premierze.
Thank you very much. So the message that comes through from your expose is that values remain constant, values need to be defended, but the reality out there is different. And sometimes it's difficult to make those values clear and to make them practicable within the new reality. Krzysztof Śmiszek, I have a question for you. Let me start with this question. In the previous panels, we raised the issue that there's a sense of unrest. People feel they're not entirely safe. To what extent can a security policy remedy this? We also said that well-being and prosperity is something that fuels trust, but the political map in Europe has shifted very much. You had our delegation to the European Parliament, so I understand that on the one hand you're still getting a lot of compliments on the last Polish elections, Poland leaving the road of totalitarianism. But what next? How do we stop people from the people who think that elections are simple, and that there is a return to the past, that you can just shut yourself off from the rest of the world? Maybe what people are feeling today, like what we've said about respect for your fellow man, maybe this is something to be cultivated in politics. How do you see this as a European MP in the European bubble? What are the challenges that the EU and Poland should address to rebuild democracy and uphold it? Thank you for that question. Hello, everyone. I'm extremely pleased to be part of this panel, but we also arranged with the panelists that we would be speaking to the point and briefly and stick to the conference agenda. So I think that one good illustration of what European societies feel right now, especially the young generation, is, let me give you an anecdote. A week ago, I had an open meeting in a mid-sized Polish town, the town of Nysa. Several dozen people came. We talked about the challenges for Europe, for Poland, about the coming Polish presidential elections, and there was a very young man in the room, around 20 years of age. He said that he was very much behind social democratic values. And I asked him, why do you think people your age have gone so fast from a rather enthusiastic perception of the left just a few years ago? Why have they shifted to the right, indeed to radical right positions? Why do they support the Confederacy in Poland, so the far right? And this boy, this young man, told me one thing that shocked me, astonished me. I would have never thought of this. He said, my friends, my male and female friends today want to vote for the Confederacy, Confederacja, because they are a party of peace. And to me, as a social democrat, as a leftist, as somebody for whom peace has always been one of the major values, now today I hear that people want to vote for the far right because they represent peace as a value, or they represent peace values, values that include peace or no war. So I think this this young man gave me a very simple answer to all those questions that we have been poring over here in Poland and in the European Parliament as to why these new rightist movements are gaining such big popularity. In some sense, I don't want to say that we are a victim of necessity. We as the left or the center-left, social democracy and so on, we are sort of in the mainstream of public debates. We say that we need to invest in defense. We need to predict sources of unrest, including military threats. However, in this drive to obtain answers and in this mass narrative of how we need to arm, we need to be prepared for the military challenges, I think what we fail to notice is that on the same breath, we should be talking about social security. So this young man's answer is a pointer, a tip for us, though shocking, where we as the left, I think, are losing when speaking of safety and security. We're losing because we're not talking enough about peace. Another issue, like what Mr. Gawkowski mentioned, the issue of freedom. The value of freedom, which today is under assault, is threatened by all those who sort of just mouth the word, whereas their actions show otherwise. So I beg to differ with my friend, Mr. Gawkowski, who mentioned during his brief expose that in Romania, force was used or violence was employed to stop the populists after the first round of the elections. On the contrary, I believe, what happened in Romania was a certain resilience against violence. So there were strong independent institutions that had a mandate to intervene, which did intervene precisely at the moment when democracy was under assault. Of course, it's a totally unprecedented event in Europe. Election results are annulled after the first round. But as a Democrat, I believe that democracy is resilient. So this word resilience is the buzzword nowadays. Democracy will only be as resilient as its institutions. So I believe that, yes, of course, we saw an unprecedented, shocking situation, the annulment of presidential election results. But the institutions are there for a reason. We have with us in the room a member of the National Electoral Commission, Ryszard Kalisz. And I think that in Poland today, we can also say that we have institutions. Not all the institutions are democratic, but we do have democratic institutions that stand guard, and they respond whenever basic democratic values are attacked. So I think that we need to keep talking about this despite the rapid changes occurring. We need to keep saying that Europe and European democracy or European democracies will only be as strong as their institutions. Probably in the second round of questions, I would also like to focus on civil society, because for me that is the other pillar of democratic resilience. Thank you, Krzysztof. You raised a lot of important points, especially on the issue of freedom. Yesterday, Karolina Zioło-Burczuk, we talked with Karolina, we talked about the sort of terms that we use today when thinking about politics and about the expectations this creates for politics and politicians. Today we know that one important criterion is what in Poland they call delivering. whether a politician delivers or not, that makes him popular or not. And on the other hand, the party represented by politicians, to what extent the party delivers on its election promises, because reality is very complex today. It's so easy to say, oh, well, okay, but it takes a long time to deliver, or that was a rotten compromise, because compromises always mean dropping and relinquishing things. And I know that you represent different profiles. You are in the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, so you are in a position that decides about our horizons and how we educate the employees and staff of the future. There's also the issue of progress, how to talk about it so that people don't get scared, but come to believe the new reality will be better. You're also an MP, or a councillor, so you talk to regular citizens on a daily basis, and you're also a professor, a lecturer. So in this reality, which is full of critical and dire choices, how do we talk about politics so that citizens feel represented? I don't know if I can say anything new, because this category of effectiveness or delivering, that this focus on efficiency has been around for a very long time. Maybe it's always been there. But I'm tempted to say that the language of values should be the constant in politics, because we're not always able to deliver. We're not always able to achieve something. Reality is complicated, or we only do it halfway. However, if we stick to our permanent values, which don't change, it's very important to remain faithful to them. And the same holds for our discussions on security before and today. We need to define what security is for us, for the left. And we need to define how it should be organized and delivered, and who should be responsible. There are many simple answers here, of course. So if we have the right, who says that it's the citizen who's responsible, so we need to give people access to guns, or a church home shooting range as a slogan, that the way to defend ourselves, that we should be like Switzerland, with a gun in every house, every household. But we know that a gun in every household is no response, is no guarantee of safety. Will be less safe, in fact. Another issue is the way we treat immigrants and migrants who arrive here, both those coming legally and those coming illegally. And we need a model that provides our security and provides humanity. It would be very bad for those two things to be in conflict. So a conflict between national security and humanitarian values at the basis of our world. That is a false opposition conjured up by far-right organizations which say that in order to be safe, we need to be ruthless, we need to be cruel, no questions asked. That's the discussion we are about to have. When the discussion about landmines, we've already had it in the 80s all over the world, and in the 90s, and it's come full circle now. It's back. Except this time, it's going to be up to us to decide. So, looking at the constant elements, the underpinnings of the left, that's important to keep in mind. And not giving in. or not getting sucked into these false dichotomies, these false narratives. For instance, that our safety needs sacrifices, requires cruelty, keeping someone out, being ruthless to someone. Because we could organize it differently. But what do we need? We need a strong state that enjoys trust. And by a strong state, I don't mean a totalitarian one, but a strong, efficient, effective state, which is always going to take the citizens' side. I'm not going to go into the fact that taxes are needed and so on. I don't want to scare anyone with taxes, and I don't want to be addressing the program of the far right. We know what it means to be a responsible left, and I think that we are one. Thank you, Carolina. So on the one hand, we have the paradigm of freedom and how not to appropriate this, how not to give it up. And then we have the state that can be trusted. And like one other thing that Krzysztof mentioned, civil society, participation, politics being open to participation. And Karolina Piechna-Więckiewicz, we want school to be a place that educates citizens who are able to tell truth from falsehood. It is also a place that brings people together, creates community, gives hope for the future. You are also very active on various initiatives that try to provide equal opportunities and increase young people's participation in political life, removing prejudice against those who have limited access to the same opportunities. So today, when democracy is not just institutional and political, how are we to educate citizens so they ask and demand democracy all across the board in all the contexts of their daily life? Thank you. Hello again. So one of the answers, because there's never one answer, an answer to populism and extreme swings comes with education. And the left has been saying this from the very beginning, ever since as a movement. It formulated a program and its demands as an instrument to give people equal opportunities and to allow everybody to be active participants. I'll start on a sad note. Maybe I shouldn't, but I will. Let me say this. It's hard to be at the Ministry of National Education, where at the Ministry of Defense is sort of rules the roost, and that's where we are, and I think we will be for a long time. However, we need to do everything so that young people get instruments so they can understand precisely what misinformation is, and so they're able to fight it. So aside from programs, the curriculum, and we have a new subject that's starting on September 1st. It's called civic education, which is supposed to give young people knowledge about political institutions, the state, disinformation, and so on. It's all very important. And also the way this subject is going to be run or taught. So young people will go visit institutions. They will work in groups, in teams. So they get in touch with each other. So they talk and build policies together, propose policies, so they get agency. Because today, young people often clamor for agency. And everywhere I go, not here, well, just to make that clear, it's not from you that I'm hearing this, but wherever I go, I hear of this generation that doesn't want to get involved. They don't want to take part in these groundbreaking political events, which is totally untrue, because if I was to compare my generation from the 90s and the beginning of the 21st century, the scale of young people's involvement all across the board, in politics, in volunteering. Of course, there are more instruments that are being offered to them, of course, but young people are everywhere. They want to get involved. Yes, sometimes they stand in the street, they block traffic, fighting against climate change and voicing their civil dissent, but you can't be a hypocrite. Either you want young people to get involved, and then you might say, okay, we might not always like the way you protest, and you also need to be aware of the sort of responsibility of your responsibilities and consequences, but you're there and getting involved. So, because why? I really like this comparison. Why do minors have a right to strike? It's a labor right, constitutionally protected, but young people don't have the right to protest about their future, which we are making for them without their participation. If we want active, aware citizens, then we need to let them take part in decision-making to the extent that they're able at the stage of life they're in, clearly. But if we want them to go to war for the country in the near future, because a lot of people are talking about this in Polish homes today, how are we going to convince them? What will they be dying for? A country that fails to consider them and their wants and needs? And I apologize for saying this. I'm saying this in response to Krzysztof, because Confederacy tells them, if you want to go to war, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Whereas we go to TV shows and we talk about how one needs to get training, how one needs to fight for Europe, for one's country, for the values they represent. So these young people need to know exactly what they're fighting for. They have a right to this knowledge. They have, therefore, the right to be part of it and to decide if we want responsibility from them, because we're demanding responsibility. We're putting a lot of demands on them. This generation has really had it hard. They went through COVID, remote schooling. They're now going through a political debate that is emotionally crazy. They're growing up in this world. They're growing up in a world in which they're lonely, in which human relationships have loosened. There are no relationships quite often. In order to build a responsible social policy, to build societal resilience, there have to be relationships, and the state needs to invest in human relationships, and it needs to invest in public policies.
Now, at the end, let me just show you. I'm quite old school in terms of using new IT technologies. This institute from Kiel said that the engagement leads to limitation of populist activism. So this is a study from April last year. So, which says that in the regions where there was more financial support for public policies, there was a drop to the tune of 15 or 20% drop in the support of right-wing parties. So this is what we need to convince the youth into. We are the answer and not the Confederacy, as they have no answers. And of course, I mean this Polish party, Confederacy. But if you know, this is why we need political education, because if the young people really read this program, the social, economic consequences, if they had the knowledge, they would know that it is us. We can guarantee their rights as individuals, and this is important for them. And one last thing, very important in terms of digitization, and when we're talking about the world we've been living in, there is this huge problem, because we've been moving forward, but there is a problem with vaccinations in schools against HPV. And the Warsaw University conducted studies. Where do people get information from? And I thought that they would get this this information from the internet, but it turns out that no. Still, the source of information and the authority for many people are their family, their relatives. So if you do not have these social relations, and if there is no way in which you can fight this information, because people do not talk with each other anymore, they are not in touch, they do not confront each other. And in this situation, they cannot come to any conclusions. They cannot dispel any of the false theories. Well, they are very vulnerable. We are all very vulnerable. Thank you so much, Paulina. And thank you for raising this topic, which was well received by the public. It was about the engagement. We still have a few minutes left, so I would like to quickly get back to the panelists. As we've promised, we will have this time discipline. And yes, there will be questions from the room as well, but still, about the engagement. Krzysztof Śmiszek, your political career was from the local government. Paulina said that if the youth engage, if they feel co-responsible, then their political choices are different than when they feel isolated. From a different reality. But it's, you do not engage in the same way in politics today. This is the first part of my question. Secondly, many NGOs have been saying that it is more difficult to be active in NGOs, especially in these countries where you can see the authoritarian state encroaching. So what can we do with this thing? Well, we have the tools. I don't want to reiterate your diagnosis, but we know that for radicalizing governments, it is a real problem if you have this free, strong civic society. At the beginning, you asked me about the perception of Poland over 1 year after the elections, how it is perceived in the European Parliament. So it has good media coverage in the sense that it is depicted as one of the first countries that was able to abolish this, to reverse rather this populist trend and to get back on the democratic track. The situation right now is very dangerous. For example, in Hungary, after so many years, the government of Orban is still able to, tighten the grip when it seemed, that you could not even go further against the civic society, but they have been doing that. 3 days ago, they adopted a special bill that bans equality marches. A few months ago, there was the bill adopted about the so-called sovereignty defense. And this bill was questioned by the European Commission. There will be a procedure against Hungary before the European Court of the Court of Justice of the European Union, and there will be the engagement of the civic society. The Polish Minister of Justice will agreed to join this case. A few weeks back, the Polish government joined the case, and it will be on the side of the civic society in this hearing. But if you want a brief answer from me, what should Europe do? Well, I will tell you that Europe should increase this fund from the European budget. We will be having discussions about the financial perspective. There should be an important increase to the fund that was created a few years ago to strengthen the civic society and free media. We can see what's been happening in the US. There are many valuable social initiatives. They've lost funds from USAID. And today, Europe is a well-off continent with a lot of money. So Europe should take on responsibility, and it should really start acting. It should replace USAID where possible and finance independent civic society. Now, we've been talking in the European Parliament a lot about one more thing. I've always been saying that it's not only about political sources. well, it's not the political sources that have led to this change of the ruling party. It's this formal and non-formal relations and civic society. They have raised the awareness and consequently led to the situation in which this government, democratic government is in power right now. It's an absolute exception in the case of Poland. Unfortunately, it's very sad, but in Hungary and on behalf of the S&D, I'm responsible for monitoring Article 7 procedure against Hungary. I'm a member of this group, and sadly, Orban is doing well. And the reason for that is that Hungary lacks this self-organized civic society like the one that we have in Poland. So when you mention resilience, when you mention democracy that will be protected by political parties, but also by these countries that believe it constitutes some value, well, what we have to do is to strengthen civic society, not only not to cause them administrative problems, but to facilitate their activity, helping them build relations, what Paulina Piechna has mentioned. This will definitely contribute into increasing our resilience. Thank you so much. So we've touched upon many topics. We've mentioned the rules that should be enforced in democratic policy, the rules that should be obeyed, that stem from such values as freedom, equality, respect for another human being. And before, we had briefly discussed how we can equip people with this sense of critical thinking, so they know how to interpret reality. But also, it's about rebuilding social relations. But the democratic policy is an art of compromises today, because I can see Karolina Zioło, she knows where I'm heading. But you've provoked me because you mentioned confederacy in your speech. And hence my question, because we've been complaining about polarization in politics, about politics becoming cynical and brutal. So how can you be a responsible politician, but at the same time have the courage, the ability to create this reality that will be better without this risk of it being too idealistic or too naive? We discussed it yesterday, so the conclusions were very interesting, and I would like you now to talk about that in public. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm quite naive, to be honest. I am not very much convinced. This means some kind of an openness, and I'm not convinced that it's that bad. And now the path that we have taken of talking about politics, like talking about it as if it were a brutal, cynical game, well, I'm not sure that this is the correct way of talking about that. I know it was quite fashionable in the 1990s, and it seems tempting also today. But still, it's the minority, in comparison to what's happening in general. What Paulina Piechna-Więckiewicz has mentioned, the young people organizing, or the civic society, all these forces, well, they people act because they want to change. They have clear intention, clean and good intentions, and it can be found in everyday politics. And I'm deeply convinced that those who talk about their ideals, even if these ideals are contrary to mine, they are honest about that. I always have this kind of an attitude. You cannot pretend for too long. Just try to pretend that you've been doing that for yourself. Now, what the Prime Minister said, Prime Minister Gawkowski, our life and life on in social media. Well, this lack of sincerity can be noticed very easily. And what can protect us against inconsistency or against it being discovered is remaining close and faithful to your ideas, to your opinions. And I think it's a huge responsibility, and Paulina has mentioned that. This is on the side of the education, and including higher education. We should ask young people and organize them to have the space so that they can organize themselves and fight for their cause. I am very much for the voice of students to be better heard, PhD students and students. I think they should have more influence on what's been happening in the academia, because this is the first step of how we can really shape our own reality. It's about shaping this world, because this is the world where they are supposed to be able to live. So I think social studies or humanist studies should get enough attention as well, because they are the ones that can protect us against these lies on the internet. They can protect us against propaganda. I know that if you are an engineer, you can just develop a nice algorithm. Yes, that's what I thought, that some IT specialist will turn my mic off when I start talking about social studies. But anyway, it's, investing in your humanity is a huge responsibility of ours. This is what can save us. This is what can save us against what Prime Minister Gawkowski mentioned, against these traps of the contemporary world. As we are very much like our ancestors, even if our reality on this 42nd floor seems to be completely different. All right, the last question, and then we'll just open the floor for discussion. Just brace yourselves. You can be critical in what you have to say. And I'm mentioning this critical voice and protest because Karolina said that this can inspire you to change your mentality. And Krzysztof said that civic society was one step ahead of the political elites as a way of protest. And Karolina has mentioned that we need to organize a space in a way in which people can meet and articulate and talk about their aspirations for the future. But you've also mentioned some risks, Karolina, because people organize themselves, they have an idea as to how this reality could look like, and then it turns out that even if they were heard, well, and these ideas are not turned into actions. This is what's called democracy deficit, and as a result, people feel harmed. And very often, the victims are traditional political parties, because they are perceived as these elites. They are perceived as, making use of this climate of social protest. They are not able to talk to these groups. They want a political opening. How can we prevent a situation in which young people, whom we want to be critical, if they come up with the idea of like a Green Deal or different conditions at the workplace, how to not make them disappointed, how to make it happen that they do not feel that traditional parties or organizations will always go down the beaten track. The first thing, I just want to say why I use this word war, because we want to prevent wars. So this was kind of a metaphor that I used, given what people expect, some people expect from the young people without listening to them. We have to do what we can to prevent the war. Just wanted to reiterate that. It's about being efficient, but not only on the side of politicians, but all the citizens. It's about developing instruments, be it a referendum, so that more people have real engagement in power, so that territorial governments have more competences. It's about all kinds of resolutions or civic initiatives. These are legal instruments that can be used in the legislative process at the level of the local government and central administration. It's been happening in Poland, yes, And so far, I had this peace of mind that it would continue like that. We'll be having more and more of these instruments and resources, and all the citizens, once they learn at school how to use them, they will be able to use them. And it's a huge problem for me today, how to talk with the young generation. But not only the young generation, just to make it clear, but how to talk to the people, because political parties have failed them. Someone yesterday mentioned the crisis of leadership. Marcin Duma is at the back of the room. Yes, he reminded me that. So young people, they want to be efficient. They want to participate in the decision-making process. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that they do not expect from the selected leaders to take responsibility and to show the direction. All right? So we should not be under this illusion that young people want to decide upon everything. There are adult politicians selected by their political parties. They've been elected. Well, and it's a problem because they do not have the kind of the authority that they used to have. In all the speeches, even when they try to paint these political visions, they are either repetitive or their language is not well understood. It's not only for young people, because, you know, we talk about young people, but many elderly, they complain about, you know, it's not about not knowing the language in the sense of words. It's just empty words and doesn't mean anything because it's not translated into concrete action. So as long as these politicians do not actually act, as long as they don't say, yes, we've adopted that, we've earmarked money for that, yes, this is thanks to what your postulates, well, then it doesn't matter if you are an elderly or a young person. These words will not mean anything. And it's terrifying because words can kill today, but at the same time, when politicians use words, well, in this positive sense, they do not mean a thing. And it's very important what we've heard about humanist studies and about logics as well. Because I'm not saying that in public, because young people expect us to organize it in a way in which they will have fewer subjects during their studies. But I think we could all make use of some logical studies, starting in primary school, just so that we are able to identify phenomena and differentiate between various phenomena. So there is no answer, and I feel quite helpless. Just like Karolina, I want to remain naive, and I'm proud in European values. And President Trump, that's my impression, he's not, well, my cup of tea, to put it mildly, but there will be his successors, and there's nothing to be proud of, you know, in this sense. So my daughters are 15 and 13 years of age. And I had this privilege, because I believe it was a privilege, when, just like a few of my colleagues, when I had the privilege to hear about that in the chancellery of the Prime Minister, when the results of the referendum were announced on Poland joining the European Union. It was, you know, it was an amazing moment. And I would never suspect that a few years later that my children will be brought up in a world where the rights of women are taken away on a systematic basis, where human rights, well, Karolina has mentioned the convention from Ottawa, but the very basics have been undermined. You know, these basics that have been evolving for many decades. So I would never imagine we would live in this world, and that my children would live in this world.
I'm being told, because I also deal with young people's mental health. Psychiatrists today are telling me that children, aside from all the crises because of COVID, social media, peer hate, and so on, children are feeling a real lack of safety. They lack a sense of safety because right next to them, in their classrooms, are their friends whose parents have been killed, Ukrainian children who had to flee their country. And these kids come to a psychiatrist and they say, I'm afraid of war. Children. And so pretending that this is not a thing, that it's not a threat, and that is a challenge to me as Minister of Education. How do we tell them about the world while saying, you're safe, things will be good, things will be okay? And that is up to us, because we can't frighten people. People need to be supported in all respects so they feel safe, and that is a great responsibility, and politicians need to grow up. Thank you. Let's take 2 or 3 questions from the room. Or critical remarks. They don't have to be questions. You can protest if you disagree.
In your ears, I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. No, in all seriousness, a good, pleasant afternoon to you all. First off, I'd like to thank the panel for their words, especially about students and the youth. I'd like to thank Paulina especially. I'm someone who is currently receiving psychiatric care, and I know many of my colleagues who are as well. I am a university student, and I know many people who, at least in the Czech Republic, are not receiving it because of simply the lack of psychiatrists, the lack of availability of care in general. I'd also like to congratulate us, if that's the right word, for the fact that for the first time today we have a mostly female panel. Either way, I wanted to do a slow clap, but yeah. I had one question. So at the start, especially Krzysztof talked about the fact that, you know, the word peace, the meaning of it has been co-opted. Social democracy used to be a quite anti-militaristic movement and ideology. Fervently, actually, I'd say. And of course, we've had to change that stance. I think it's a good decision. However, I'd like to play the devil's advocate a bit, and I'd like to ask if this about face hasn't pretty much given the word peace to the far right. If we didn't cause the fact that others who are not acting in the opinions and in the beliefs of the people, if we didn't give them this gift pretty much for free, with our fervent push towards, no, we must protect our society and we must impose the will of the state on its citizens, because the state are citizens, citizens are the state. And one last thing, but that's not a question. Krzysztof, you said you were monitoring Hungary. I'd like to say that I hope you're prepared to monitor the Czech Republic also after the next elections we elect our own Orbán once more.
Thanks very much. Can you pass the mic just behind you?
Dzień dobry wszystkim, nazywam się Krzysztof Cyryński.
I am a student at the Warsaw School of Economics, and regarding security, regarding safety, like what Paulina mentioned, one case in which there is no security, this occurred to me. Sometimes we need to tell people, okay, things will be okay, but there is no guaranteed security. Tell them, rather than saying, yes, we're safe, but rather things may be safe if we work together. We need to work together to be safe. A question to Krzysztof. Things like US aid currently, because the cooperation they had, the financing for different organizations, now they have shifted that, they have transferred that to right-wing organizations. And what should we do? What steps should we take? And also regarding the Ottawa Convention, I beg to differ. The US never ratified that convention. However, a much more destructive thing to civilized standards would be the cassette weapons convention. And that is a weapon of mass destruction that destroys rights as well. Cluster munitions. Minister Kalisz, so it occurred to me that since 2 young people are taking the floor, that's a very good thing. But an older person should be allowed to speak as well. What I found lacking in this panel, the ladies are very young, and so is Krzysztof. What I was lacking was a reference to the subject of this panel, the title, Rebuilding Democracy, Reviving Democracy. If we want to revive something, that implies the thing doesn't exist or only exists fragmentarily, and that is true. What we're seeing today in Europe and around the world, especially in the US, though not only, and in Poland all the time, all of this indicates that we are in a stage where populism is in its prime. It's not the right, it's not conservatism, it's not republicanism. Even what Trump represents and his buddies in the States. The same for Hungary and Slovakia, just not far behind. Please note that the Smer party in Slovakia, headed by Fico, not so long ago, they were a leftist party. And the SLD, the SDLP, Smer wasn't around then, but the Polish SLD had close contacts with them, with their predecessor. And what happened to Smer? They have become a populist right-wing party. And finally, Poland. Do we really have a democracy here today, as defined by freedom, rule of law, free speech, free debates, free discussions? It's all very superficial. It's just the formal picture. I'm very happy to have so many young people here, to see them here, because a large part of students and young people today have turned right. When we learn that within the 18 to 24 group, over 50% want to vote for Manson, that is alarming. So how do we revive the democracy in their minds? It just so happens I'm a little older, but I do have 3 sons, 10, 12, and 15 years of age. So if you were to talk to them, they have very democratic leftist views. I would even say they're even more leftist than myself. They even admonish me. They tell me, "No, be careful, remember this." So it is all up to us. It's a question of upbringing, of education in school. We as the left, we were successful on one thing. Our state has become much more secular. Poland has become more secular. Let me give you an example. Again, in reference to my sons, my 10-year-old son, this is the age when people go to their first communion, and of course he goes to a public school. All my boys go to public schools. So out of 19 students in his class, only 6 are going to have their first communion. So this is something that has worked, especially in big cities. Secularity, a secular state. This aim has been achieved. I'm almost done. So briefly, the left should always be progressive. We can't look at what is there today. What I expect from myself, but also from your generation, because today you're in positions of power, of decision-making, from Krzysztof, from how do we change the internet, those portals? to prevent this hate speech, this arrogance, this dominance, not through administrative methods alone, but so that groups come together, progressive groups that demand the truth. Look at Wikipedia, for instance. There are so many lies and omissions there. And why? Because Wikipedia has been monopolized by right-wingers, by Confederacy-like voters. So I'm asking a simple question. We could have done something, but there's no self-organization. There's no... Because just saying that we're strong is too little. We need to be strong sociologically. We need to be strong online in various discussions, in all kinds of media, including on social media. So that's my contribution. Although, one thing to Krzysztof, the last thing I'll say. A week ago tomorrow, a leader of a conservative right-wing party said we're the competitive democracy. But he doesn't know anything. He's full of it because he's citing Tusk. The notion of competitive democracy, that's 1937, Karl Liebenstein, who, seeing the fascists seize more and more power, coined that term. He didn't know World War II was about to happen, and he didn't know what the state would be like after fascism was defeated. And Liebenstein was a leftist. We often forget lawyers who coined such notions. And Tusk, we should also be living his ideas. The whole notion of militant democracy says that there's room for everyone in a democracy, but those who destroyed, who were destroying democracy need to be restrained. And what have we got in Poland today? And the left isn't saying anything about it. Structures seminal to a democracy are parties, and our parties are extremely authoritarian, non-democratic, dictatorial. I'm not going to expand on this, and there's no reflection in Parliament on the internal party structures. There's one act on political parties that allows this to proliferate, and PiS can still function. I'm not saying exclude them from politics, but they should be democratic on the inside too. Thank you, Minister. Thank you for these words. I think our panelists will take it up. But before we finish, in a panel on democracy, we only look at some parts of the picture because we only have an hour. And nonetheless, there were 3 important remarks made during this round, and I would like you to respond to 1 or 2 points that inspired you. Very, very briefly, just 1 minute. Krzysztof knows what it's like in the European Parliament. Let's start with Paulina. So we didn't start with democracy. We didn't start our panel on democracy because we are agreed to on the point that democracy is in crisis. Yes, education is important, upbringing is important. We need political education. And yes, we need to tell people there are threats to their safety and that we need to build resilience to all sorts of crises. However, we need to pick the right narrative. So if things peak, we don't want to scare people. We talk about civil defense in education. mental crises, natural disasters. We talk about this in education. Young people need to be aware of this should such disasters occur. And I think our response to the crisis of democracy is, first of all, having a strong leadership, responsible leadership, and rebuilding social connections, social relations. Loneliness is one of the leading causes, one of the greatest diseases of civilization of the 21st century. Lonely people are desperate, they're vulnerable. It's very easy to sway them, to manipulate them. I remember Father Rydzyk speaking on his radio to thousands of seniors in small towns, and it was the only person telling them that he's interested in their fate. He's there for them. So let's not let Confederacy and the populists to be the only people speaking to those who today need our support and a sense of safety. Karolina. Yes, so a short philosophical reflection that I always wonder, we often hear that if you want peace, prepare for war. We hear that maxim. So I think actually it's truer to say, if you don't want war, then prepare for peace. So grow your security, grow your country, the education, well-being, prosperity, the support for the weakest, social advancement, equal opportunities. Strong states don't breed extremes. People can get help in difficult life situations. So where we are today is precisely that. We need to see how our situation is really unique, and we have a great opportunity to reform ourselves, to shift towards an enduring and prosperous peace and security, and we should be focusing on that. And Krzysztof? Yes, briefly, yes, I agree with my colleagues, and I think that one of the most important challenges for the left and for social democracy is, again, going back to picking up a narrative of peace. As pro-state politicians, we are a community that is responsible, and we have a healthy perception of reality, including the international environment. But we cannot let the peace language be taken away from us. And that the right, the populist right, is now tapping into the language of peace. We need to reclaim it. And I think that the first and second panel with my colleagues from the European Parliament about housing and so on, I think that is one thing where we are credible and where we deliver, to use that term. So I think that we can talk of housing and peace on just in everyday life. Thank you so very much. So we started with values, we talked about the quality of our democracy, and we talked about how to get citizens involved, but also how to build protection, how to protect against disinformation and propaganda. We talked about the role of NGOs, social dissent, protests, and political parties. And by the same token, I would like to now ask someone to the stage who is going to sum up this discussion, because I wouldn't dare. This was such a multifarious, inspiring, rich discussion, just amazing. So let's have the head of the Nowa Lewica Parliamentary Club, Anna Maria Żukowska, MP, who has agreed to sum up today's event and who will tell us what we can do today as progressive people. Anna Maria Żukowska, my pleasure.
Tylko sobie stoper włączę. Ja się dezorganizacja. Szanowni Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been meeting today In this group of well-known authorities of the left, young people, but not only, we've been fighting for various values here and in the European Parliament. And we've been meeting today to talk about the issues that concern us all, basically all generations. Because, peace or lack thereof, or war, well, these are the matters that can affect us all. Doesn't matter how old you are or where you live. Unless, of course, you're a deserter. But most of us just stay in our countries because we want to protect our families, children, mothers, grandparents, our family and our homes. So the question is the Polish society ready to think differently to what it had been thinking in a different way? Because so far we've been thinking about us being in NATO and the EU, and this is a guarantee that nothing will ever happen to us. Unfortunately, this geopolitical situation has been so dynamically changing the geopolitical landscape that these things that were taken for granted in the past cannot be anymore. The United States is our biggest and greatest ally. This is the biggest state that contributes the most, has the highest defense spending out of all NATO countries. But right now, well, a man that is completely unpredictable is in charge of this country. And unfortunately, our arms, our military equipment bought from this state is not our own sovereign equipment that we can use wherever we want to, wherever Poland wants to use it. Because codes for F-16 or F-30, these codes are in the US. So I believe it's good to be positive about Mr. Macron's proposal to cover the whole of Europe with nuclear umbrella. France is the only EU member state with a nuclear capacity. And it would be good if some of this potential could be found in Poland. And just to make for this additional deterrence component. It's not like the right has been saying that links between member states to defend themselves together to face Russia, to build our own defense, that it's competition to NATO. That is not true. Well, mostly these countries are members of NATO anyway. So it's about additional strengthening of NATO, as Trump himself said that EU member states should spend more on defense, and they will be. And this spending will be useful for all NATO members, all of them. So we should use this deterrence and defense capability, and we should create it also on the territory of our country. The Federal Republic of Germany, our neighbor, they made a breakthrough decision in terms of their budget. And this shows that the austerity policy is over. This is not this doctrine repeated in the 1990s and then by Leszek Barcelowicz's neoliberal milieu. They've been repeating that debt increases is the worst thing that ever happens. No, that's not true. War is the worst case scenario. So if one of the ways to avoid the war is just to increase your debt in order to have this defense capability, then you just have to do that. And then just do it. You cannot defend yourself just by saying, well, Mr. Putin, my budget is sustainable, please don't attack me. No, it doesn't work like that. What works, in order for Russia not to attack us, and we are the first country on the border anyway, it's right now. We are a neighbor of Russia, the first country that could potentially be attacked because these wouldn't be Balkan states, as far as I know, Baltic states. This would be Poland. So it's about creating this plants here and investing in military equipment plants here. But security is not only about military security, it's also about social security. It's also about why they understand each other, because both of them are authoritarian leaders who do not respect democracy and who believe that the world order should consist in the US and Russia ruling the world and deciding about everything in the world. Fortunately, after the Second World War, we have a new leader in the world. This is the European Union. And the European Union can bring hope, can be the hope for the whole of the world. It can be the hope for democracy. And the European Union should believe in itself more, that it can be the leader of democracy. But there has to be solidarity in the EU. It has to be as one whole. This is the future. It's about showing that we are the cradle of democracy. Just like in Athens, this is how we believe that democracy was born, and we will be the guardian of democracy. Not like the United States, as what they meant by that was conquering countries with natural resources. And then it turned out, like in Iraq, that it was all about getting access to fossil fuels and resources. It was not about Saddam Hussein having chemical weapons. But in order to guarantee democracy, to be this guardian of democracy, member states need to believe that the EU can defend democracy. We need to feel this responsibility for our continent, but not only. And other continents have a direct impact on us. If we have a climate crisis, if there is a temperature increase in the south, these people from the south will migrate to the north, and they will escape to Europe, to Antarctica. And they've been on the lookout for a new place to live. This is nothing new. The whole history of humanity is about that. We had all been in Africa at the beginning. You know, some went to Australia, to Asia, and only then did we get to Europe. And all migration waves in the history of humankind, all the tribes that arrived in Europe, well, this is a history of humankind in a nutshell, and this will not change. You know, wandering, looking for a better place to live, it's in our genes. So I believe it would be better for these people if we could create such conditions for them in which they will not have to migrate from where they live right now, so that they do not have to escape. And this is also Europe's responsibility. And I hope that given this military risk, well, now this determination to combat climate change has waned, and everyone has been focusing on the military industry. And I'm very much afraid that we will go away from the zero-emission policy, and we'll be back to trading gas with Russia. This is something that is pretty important for Putin and for Donald Trump as well. They want to get back to business as usual. They want Russia to be recognized again as a country where sanctions are not imposed, as a country with which you can just make deals with. We should not agree with that. We, as Poland, of course, because of our geographical location, let me just remind you, we have a border 246 kilometers with Russia. So Russia is here. We are very close to Russia. And Russia is a real direct, let me reiterate that, direct threat. I know that in Portugal, for example, or even in France, you do not feel it that way. I had an interview with one of the journalists from France, and she asked me whether the Polish left has been talking about, ending the war, and that peace is the most important thing, like hippie style, the kind of the discourse that you had after the war with Vietnam. Well, no, in Poland, there is no discourse like that, because we're very much aware of the fact that this war can end once Russia stops attacking the attack on Ukraine. It's like the victim of a rape. It's not about talking to the perpetrator of the rape. It's not about, allowing them to rape you once a week, or then he will not do that every day. It's absurd, Unfortunately, if there is ever permanent peace in Ukraine and not just temporary, this will mean that we will lose. They will lose some of the territory that is under Russian occupation, unless a decision is made that the member states engage in the conflict on the Ukrainian side. Obviously, there is no political will to do that. I don't think there will be political will to do that. Now, in terms of this policy of ideas, for some time now, the Polish left is afraid of its own shadow, in the sense that it's been afraid of its own ideas or slogans. We've been frightened by the left. Well, this is the right, the neoliberals, the headaches, that everything that we say is naive, it's infantile, and it was said that being naive is potentially wrong, that it's not understood as being, sensitive simply, like a child is. In politics, you can be a populist, and you can just follow the ideas that are fashionable right now. And in Poland, it's fashionable to believe in the slogans of Confederacy. In Germany, it was AfD. But, you can never win with the original. If you try to be neoliberal, well, this will not help. And when they say, oh, let's change the program so that it's not so left-wing, then they will start voting for us. Why would they? They have 10 other parties. They can pick and choose right now. It's not a good time for the left in terms of how loud, how important it is, this freedom, fair division of the resources, laicity, secularity. I'm not making excuses. It's our fault, politicians' faults. We don't know how to do that, to make these slogans socially accepted. But there is one thing, and Ryszard Kalisz has mentioned that. There is this media. There are social media. Let me just add something to what he said, because you mentioned Wikipedia. But the same goes for YouTube, TikTok. It's not happening on itself. Some people edit Wikipedia, and they have right-wing views. But content on the social media that we young people receive, well, it's all generated by algorithms. So if we have a press conference, we have a meeting like today, it turns out that people don't see it. They see it, if there is like a clash with the Confederacy, then it has views. Facebook, TikTok's algorithms, they promote nationalistic, right-wing content, brutal, aggressive ones. This is what can be sold, and I don't mean metaphorically. This is something that literally translates into money. And then you have ads, of course, and then big techs live on that. They earn on that. They live on promoting nationalistic and aggressive content. And if you put additional taxes on big corporations, on big tech, and if we create our own social media over which we have control, not Elon Musk, so that he doesn't tell us what we can post on X, and unless we obey, he will block our account. Well, it's blackmail. Well, the capitals rule the world. It's no surprise. If we do not stop it, if you do not try to change the situation, will not change anything. And at the end, let me just briefly mention that today it's birthday of a philosopher publicist, Kazimierz Kalusz Krause. He was born in 1872. And that's what he said. I would like to leave you with these words. I wonder how you would interpret them now in the 21st century. So I quote, and finally, once the whole nation understands where the poverty is from, then we will all rebel. We will just get rid of the emperor, of the masters. We will take over the land and the factories so that they belong to everyone. So do these ideas ring a bell? Is anyone using this kind of a rhetoric? Or is that we are now afraid of our own shadow, that we've been just abandoning our roots because they will accuse us of being communist? We should stop being afraid, because you're either a populist or you are the ones whom people follow. We are to show the ideas and the direction. Maybe it's bad time now, but change always happens. This is what happens in nature. Nothing lasts forever. And I hope there will be demand for the left. We just need to have more courage, also in the EU. Thank you so much. There were questions asked in this room. And how does that translate into actions? And Anna Maria Żukowska left us with this question. Is that still valid? And I believe the best moment to finish this conference would be to give the floor to two young politicians, Łukasz Michnik and Aleksandra Iwanowska. They will share some thoughts with us, and I would like to say goodbye. I would like to thank you on behalf of the organizers, but please stay in the room, as this is our grand finale, this young generation taking the stage now.
Bardzo dziękuję za.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this possibility to summarize this conference. It's an honor for me. We've heard many wise words from the stage. I would like to talk about three things: pride, prosperity, and ambition. Firstly, pride. Our European pride. The European Union works. The European Union is efficient. The problem is that sometimes we don't talk enough about it. We like to be perfect in terms of our preparedness. We want to prepare tons of legal answers. We have tactics, we have resolutions, etc. It's very good because it shows we are responsible about being in politics. But sometimes what we lack is a narrative. This a big narrative that would really move thousands. Not but a few technocrats and experts. This cannot be a story about resolutions. We don't need a story about institutions. We don't need a story about commissioners. What we need is a proud story. A story about pride, because we are the biggest strategic reserve of democracy and prosperity in the world. We have this political power, mega power, and we've built the most ambitious and the biggest international project globally. It's an economic power, because our companies are champions in the technological, digital, and energy sector. Yes, we will become a military superpower. The EU is about working without borders. It's about Erasmus, which is connecting generations. It's energy transformation, gives us some hope for the future. It's human rights. And it's not empty words. We have to be proud. We have to protect what we have achieved, because these are difficult times where we are forced to be in the defensive. The Russian propaganda for years by Sergei Lavrov has been about the rotten West and dented democracy. And we can hear that in the West. J.D. Vance in Munich was a blatant example of that. What is more, this narrative can also be found inside. There is this problem with the extreme far right. This is why we need to protect that. We don't need anyone from the US or from Russia or from the far right to tell us what to do. We have to wake up our pride. This will be the fuel for the transformation of the EU so that we can become stronger internationally. Because this moment should be a formative moment. It should be the first. These should be the first chapters in the history books. This pride is very important for us, and this is what we need to fight for. Now, the second issue is prosperity. Security, yes, it's important, but security only we understand that through the prism of tanks and howitzer, we will lose. We will lose to the far right, who's been trying for years to show that our policy and our values do not work. So what we need to do today is to protect the achievements of our social policy, but also to develop it, to be effective in the face of crisis. We have shown how to do that during the pandemic. We have shown how to do that when the war in Ukraine broke out, and the whole world was impressed. We should show it during the next crisis. The crisis that we've talked abundantly today, the housing crisis, a big problem for the new generation. Now, these solutions that we've heard about, they're the right ones. We should together take responsibility for a massive social housing construction projects using empty buildings, thousands of them in Europe. They should help in combating this crisis. Now putting taxes, limiting short-term rentals. Cities are for city dwellers, supporting social cooperatives that Tomasz Lewandowski has mentioned. It is all important, but still, we should not fool ourselves. As long as it's more profitable to invest in the retail market than in the capital market, it will be like treating only on the surface. Because the crisis will move from the housing to the markets. It's very important because, a roof over your head should not be subject to speculation, should not be treated as an asset. This is why we need this complementary policy. It should, on the one hand, discourage people from investing in flats. There could be this additional taxing, progressive taxing of house rentals, but this is not enough. We need incentives for investments because this is what Europe needs. We need to invest in European companies. You can do that through the right tax policy. We can move these investments from apartments to the markets. This will be the most important in combating this crisis. But this is also not enough, because housing is part of the crisis that Europe has been facing. We need to be resilient. What we need to build is a state which will have strong public services, a state in which, in the face of crisis, hospitals and schools will function. We need a state, a society that is well educated, that is healthy, without internal conflicts, inequalities, or poverty. We can win with the far right with prosperity. And finally, ambition. We have to set the bar high. We have to think about big investment projects. We've been building them in Poland, like the Central Airport in Poland. We need to think about the things that we'll be doing in the long term. Krzysztof Gawkowski mentioned the investments for the future. So exemplary investments in the Polish quantum computer, Polish satellite, AI factories. We need to think about the future. People should know where the superpower has been heading. Our citizens should know what their taxes will be spent on in the future. It should be our ambition: economic, technological, scientific, and political expansion. We need to be the strength that will shape the trends of the future. But also, we need to fight for our sovereignty in terms of military and technology and economy. At the same time, we should remember what makes us different: freedom, equality, and social justice. Thank you so much.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, on behalf of Young European Socialists, Aleksandra Iwanowska.
Hello, everyone. The national nature of the event, I'll deliver my remarks in English. Esteemed guests, colleagues, but most importantly, friends. It is my deepest honor to appear before you as the closing speaker of today's event. This event would not be possible without not just the involvement, but especially the deep commitment of the Foundation for European Progressive Studies. A commitment not just to our social democratic and socialist values, but a commitment to ensuring that our beautiful region of Central and Eastern Europe is not just listened to, but heard internationally. Therefore, I will allow myself to ask you for a round of warm applause to the representatives of FEPS, Amicus Europae, and Friedrich Ebert Stiftung for making today possible. I feel an immense sense of pride that the event is happening here in Warsaw. The city, for me, is not just the beating heart of this country, but is a beating heart of Europe. This city, for which I have for a very brief period of time called my home, is where I have started to gain my political consciousness, having joined Federacja Młodych Socjaldemokratów, by which extension I now humbly act as a vice president for Young European Socialists. During today's event, we have heard a lot about the multiple crises, not just before us, but crises amongst which we have found ourselves in. I am sure that every one of us will be leaving the room enriched in new ideas on how best to tackle this new reality. On days like this, more than ever, I go back to the very beginnings of my political activism that started just days before the women in this country have been denied the right to decide about their bodies and their lives. Then, as a very angry 17-year-old, confined in my room, studying in what I now term to be a COVID high school experience, I was talking to the situation in Poland, about what's happening in Poland, to one of my teachers. And he told me that to be a socialist is to be an eternal optimist. And this phrase has never left me since. Thus, I allow myself to leave you, or at least try to, on an optimist note. Let me present to you how I see the European Union. Let me present to you what the EU means to me. I was born just days before the 2003 accession referendum. I have thus never known Poland without the EU, nor the EU without Poland in it. And I do not intend to. Those two things, for me, are absolutely inseparable. Having had the privilege, but also the right, to live, study, and travel throughout all the corners of this continent, I see the EU to be a supreme value. I see it as a way of life, and I will never be able to express the extent of my deep gratitude to you and so many of you in this room that have made this to be a reality to which I was born into. The European way of life is a beautiful yet euphemistic phrase. Never have I expected for it to mean to me what it does now. Thinking back to my very dear grandfather, a person of the left, since his youth to his very, very last days, the words he'd always reply to me when I'd inquire about the Second World War and his experience in it ring in my ears daily. He'd say to me not to ask him about the war, because thankfully I will never see it, and my duty is to focus on the future. But I have seen it. I have seen so many faces of it, and I have seen many faces of people whose lives it has shattered. And for sure it has altered mine personally. Having spent many nights volunteering at the train stations, and one of them being Warszawa Zachodnia, not far from here, you can see it behind my back, I have understood amongst many that what we have, this European way of life, the way we live our life and our reality, it is not a given. It can be quickly taken away. Thus, it needs to be protected. Thus, this is my call to you. It is the time for the European Social Democrats to walk our talk of a social Europe, of a progressive Europe, and most importantly, a Europe that places its youth at the very core of its decisions and actions. I often hear that youth is the future, but in my very humble opinion of a very young person, the future is now. And the way we need to face it and tackle the reality that we are facing is by intergenerational solidarity. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję. Myślę, że to było bardzo...
Thank you so much. It was very touching indeed, but also inspiring. Thank you for these last words. Firstly, I would like to thank all of you who have been with us all the time during this conference, who have co-created this conference. I would like to thank our speakers. Thank you for offering us this whole raft of ideas and inspirations. I also would like to thank for the cooperation Amicus Europea Foundation, Friedrich Ebert Foundation, Anna Świerczyńska, Moshe Kisie.
Ainara Baskuniana gdzieś już zniknęła.
She's disappeared. And IFA. Without you, this conference wouldn't be such a success, and we know there will be the next stage. It will be on the social media, and now let's continue this informal part over a lunch. Thank you for your enthusiasm, thank you for your energy, your presence, and I hope it was food for thought for you, and we will continue our cooperation. We'll talk about the future of Europe, of peace, prosperity and progress. Thank you so much.